the same approach at the Masters. He left the golf course quickly on Thursday evening, and ultimately by Sunday evening he had that green jacket across his back and the career Grand Slam in his pocket. We'll see how he rallies today.
That's interesting, Marty, because when he joined me Friday in the Butler cabin at Augusta National, I asked him, how do you kind of change the trajectory after what happened? And he said, you know what, I told myself I played really well. I just had two bad shots that cost me. And that's true. It was 15 and 17. He let two get away from him. What's he leaned on after yesterday when he could not find the fairway, Curtis?
Well, it's a bit of his MO at times, so he knows what he does wrong when he goes wayward off the tee. Went to the practice tee and worked at it. Comes out with more of a attitude of conquer today. Has to. You can't get too aggressive, but you can have the attitude, I have to get this done today.
He was even after one round at Augusta National, and he came roaring into the tournament on Friday. And we'll see if he can do that today. Dave, our leader.
Yeah, good point by both of you, Billy. Johnny Vegas got a little relief, it looked like, and took advantage of it.
Yeah, took a couple of drops and he was able to place it, put in the perfect lie, but he played the perfect shot.
Now Aaron Rai at 17. His birdie down the hill. He could use a little something positive. Instead, that one runs well out. He's got to make that to save par after going double at 16 to 9.
Spieth here at 9.
Has to get it up and in for any chance.
And he's awfully good with that club in the hand.
The best.
But that needed to go in more likely than not. All right, the third for DeChambeau at 7.
Flag stick back on a plateau.
Very good distance control. He'll have that to get one closer. Now Thor Bjornsson, his third after he was in the bunker off the tee.
Once again, lob wedge up the hill, green back to front, control the spin.
And he does just that. Stops dead. But an uphill putt to get another. 17.
Here's the par putt for Aaron Rai. Okay. A few more steps farther removed from the shot that hit the tree on 16. It rattled him clearly. Here's Ryan Fox to save par at 2. Wayward tee shot. It's a really difficult hole location at 2 in the back. Anybody going long is having big problems today at 2. That's a bogey for Ryan Fox.
Now Oberg for birdie at 9. Gotta have it. His round was cruising along, and then not the first, won't be the last. The green miles tripped him up, and we'll have him heading home from here. All right, another look at the route for DeChambeau. Curtis not able to hit the fairway with the drive, so it becomes a 3-shot hole. Now question is, can he hold a 4th inside 20 feet?
Well, there's different ways to make birdie on par 5s. This is not what he had chosen, especially with his length, but fairly flat from the left. Good effort, but he'll leave here knowing that he felt like he gave a half shot back to the field.
Short par 4, 8th next. Here's Spieth looking at the hole. He does that from time to time. Inside those short ones, and fought, but that 68 was good, but not good enough, at least for the moment.
He went off early, Scott. He made that eagle on his first hole of the day, and we really thought, hey, maybe that can really jumpstart Jordan and get him going.
All right, let's see if the first PGA Championship of Michael Thor Bjornsson can add another birdie. Not yet. Misses that one.
You made the point earlier. They come out confident, but they're not scared. They come out blazing, full throttle, both barrels loaded.
Look at that high ball flight from Pavon at 17 and a soft landing safely on dry land. Just 3 shots behind Vegas, who's got a good birdie opportunity coming up at the 14th to try to add to his lead. You can see all those holes so clearly. 16 green, 14 green, just right across from one another. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, where champions are made, still, always, forever. It's a good golf course to get that high up above view. This is sort of what they do at 14. You hit your shot and you get in position, then you wait and call the next group up just to try to keep that tee box from getting too backlogged. So a pace of play initiative, and got to be patient at the 14th. If you are, there's some rewards at the other end, because a lot of birdies and even one spectacular eagle today. Max Homa, best round of the day. He was spectacular, made it 2 at 14. Rory McIlroy still about 40 minutes till he tees off. All right out to 14. Billy Kratzer, Johnny Vegas, the leader, with a birdie opportunity.
Yeah, not a lot in the putt either, Dave. Yeah, took a long look at it with Ruben, and maybe off center right.
That was a good read. And that was a good putt.
And only available because of the drop.
That's a birdie at 14.
Don't think I'm backing off my stance here.
I didn't ask you to. I'm just saying.
Think about it.
He's been peacocking around in here. Like, look at me. I'm Curtis. I know how to play golf.
There.
Sure.
Yeah, y'all keep.
Curtis, I kind of covered you there.
I always hope so.
We got very fortunate to 8.
And Bryson DeChambeau, less than driver at the short. Par 4. 353 yards today. That's about as good as it gets, just on the runaway there at 8. So Bryson, another good opportunity to score.
There's world number 1, Scotty Scheffele, part of that trio of 1, 2, 3 in the world. Shot around a 200 par 69 yesterday, as looks to see what he can do on this Friday, second round, and welcome in Jeff Darlington, and it's certainly a different feel than it was a year ago.
Well, Scott, far less dramatic arrival for Scotty Scheffele here at the range than it was last year on Friday morning, just after he was arrested outside the gates of Valhalla Golf Club. But I can tell you, there's a lot of things that people actually don't remember about last year. First of which is 9 days earlier, his wife Meredith had given birth to their first son. The next day on Saturday, his caddy, Ted Scott, actually left the course to go attend his daughter's graduation. There was a lot going on for Scheffele at that point, and it really did impact his weekend in addition to that arrest. This time, much different circumstance. Quite frankly, the biggest drama that we talked about was mud balls. But I can tell you, Scheffele was very proud of himself yesterday after his round, because he felt like he was able to get through that, post a good number at 2 under, put himself in contention today. He feels very comfortable headed into this Friday round.
Jeff, thank you. You see a guy that doesn't have his best and yet still shoots 69, 2 under par.
He doesn't have his best very often, though, and unlikely 2 days in a row. You know, when I look at what happened last year, the disappointing part for me, because I didn't have the cuffs on, is that I really thought he was going to win the PGA. And now we're going to talk Grand Slam in a year, because he will certainly have that type of year. So didn't happen. But
he was able to manage the emotions of that day, maybe on adrenaline, but then there was a lot going on. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
Bryson and Xander both played fantastic on the weekend, and we got a worthy champion at the year's end of that championship. Scotty, unencumbered by any of that. Head out in a bit on Friday. We just saw Vegas's drive on 15 came up short of those bunkers, but that's a par 5, so he'll, as he did on 14, doesn't have to hit the perfect tee shot, could still make birdie. Now Rye on 18.
Ooh, was that some thick stuff right there now? Obviously it way down. Rough right at 3 inches tall, but very, very thick, overseeded with ryegrass.
This field's getting bullied by 18 today. 2/3 of a stroke over par.
You are right about that. I mean, it's not even close. It is by far the hardest hole on the golf course in round 2. 17's difficult, but that's a nice par for Pavone. 4 shots behind Vegas.
He's taken 2 of the first 3 steps on the famed Green Mile. So he's heading to 18. 4 off the lead of Jonathan Vegas. Rory McIlroy's got a whole lot of work to do. So does Scotty. They know they can't get it all done today, but they'll go to work soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they go off.
They call it the Green Mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots, or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute, hit some golf shots, that's for sure.
When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, oh.
That green mile that keeps getting longer somehow, even in perfectly calm conditions. Every single shot is a test.
These holes have come by their reputation, honestly. You see the toughest final 3 holes in terms of score to par in the last 10 years in a major championship. Wingfoot, no bargain. The Ocean Course at Kiowa, difficult as well. But here at Quail Hollow in 2017, none has been harder. And 17, the second hardest today. 16 has eased off what it was on Thursday, and by far the hardest hole has been 18. And here is the 3rd for Rye.
After driving it in the right rough, couldn't get it to the green.
We'll see a thumbs up from Highsmith as it acknowledges what was a sensational effort to 8.
And DeChambeau, aggressive tee shot. And he can be aggressive with this second. Just like that. So another good birdie opportunity for Bryce and a move to 4 under. Not a 1.
Shane Lowry for birdie on 1. You can get hot with that club right there. I'd expect to see something in the 60s from him today. He is a fixture in major championship
Very
golf.
steady player, yes.
This is the second, the 5th from Christian Bezuidenhout, and magnificent effort there.
We are seeing the greens very receptive, maybe because of all this humidity in the air. No sun out, just some cloud cover.
And now Vegas.
Well, Campbell's going to play first, Scott, and Vegas on the right-hand side of the fairway. You can tell by that reaction that not struck well, but even though the driver, the tee shot for Vegas, it slipped off the club just a little bit, I think he can kind of put it in that low area to the right of the green. You certainly don't want anything left with this hole location, but I think you can kind of slip it in between those bunkers down the right and get a pretty good look at it. Ooh, this is left. Oh, and that's a thick lie over there.
Yes, it is. And not, well, I started saying not much. There's nothing to work with, really. You'll have to just play away from that hole location, I would believe, from that lie, Curtis.
Just taking a look at it a little quick, as Billy said, maybe just a little heavy, a little early release, catch it on the toe, trying to do something that you're not comfortable doing.
Wyndham Clark now for birdie.
Big swinger from right to left, down the hill.
A winner here on this golf course. That's on a man. Great line, and it just ran out a pace to 2.
That was a great first round for Alex Smalley. He was the last player into the field. So he's getting his second round started, and he pours in a birdie. He's made a lot of birdies in a day and a couple holes at Quail Hollow. To place Thigala at the last minute. He's taking advantage of it. Out to 9.
And a par putt for Hideki Matsuyama. Needed that for any hope. 19 consecutive cuts made in majors. That's the current longest streak, which would be snapped. Rye
Good save at the last.
Better than good on this day. The difficulty of that hole, particularly given what happened on 16. Rise still under par heading into the weekend. Donald finally dropped a shot, trying to get it back here on the par 3 13th.
He had strengths in his game when he became #1 in the world. He drove it in just about every fairway, and he could handle the putter.
And you saw it right there. A little double breaker that drops for a birdie. Great bounce back. Such an important statistic in this game, right? To 8.
Equally important, the putting of Bryson. Moving to 4 under with 1 to play.
Take advantage of that great tee shot on this shorter par 4.
Rattles it in to move to 4 under. Early in his round, Bryson not taking advantage of his length off the tee, but you see on the back nine 3 birdies, and he'll head to the 9th.
Tom Kim looking for birdie here on 9. Exploded on the scene on this golf course, playing for the international side, and Trevor Immelman in the President's Cup. That'll be par for him. John Rahm just talking amongst the group. We're all expecting to see that name climb after a great start. You see holes 10 through 18 pretty clean. It's an adventure on the first side.
Well, he's the entire package. Not only can he drive it long, good short game.
Hadn't put it all together here at Quail Hollow just yet. Be a great time for that to begin as his second round begins. Halfway to the slam, one with a remarkable back 9 in Torrey, U.S. Open champion and a Masters champion as well. Another member of this group, and I just keep using his word to describe his play this year. Matt Fitzpatrick said it had been rubbish, but you saw him have the lowest opening round in relation to par. At left-hand low chipping style, comfortable for him, and more than a comfortable start, an excellent start. The reason why, shots gained around the green. It's top 5 in that. So Fitzpatrick squarely in the mix after the nice start. Patrick Cantlay also in this group. So Rahm, Fitzpatrick, and Cantlay about to be introduced to the packed grandstands at 1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is our 1:25 starting time. Please welcome from Spain, Jon Rahm.
With the front left hole location, Curtis, it's 20 yards shorter than it was yesterday. There are 56 bogeys or worse in the first round. Playing not easy, but easier than yesterday. And you see that target line, you could cut that corner if you've got power, as Rahm does.
You have to trust it over the edge of the trees, hit the slope, and then run out. Looks good. Fun first tee shot. Look at this.
Goodness, that is smashed.
Now on the tee from Florida, please welcome Patrick Cantlay.
Mentioned Joe LaCava, the 4th on the Highsmith bag. His dad is Cantlay's loop. Cantlay got some work to do today. Guy plays a lot of really good golf. Top 5 last week. Got 3 of those this year on the PGA Tour. Looking for a major breakthrough as well.
Now on the tee from England, please welcome Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Curtis, when the game gets going in a direction you're not feeling good about, can one round change things? We talked earlier about Max Homa looking for something. He was great today. Yesterday's round changed the calculus for this guy?
If it's mental, yes. Physical, it takes some time.
That's interesting.
Very analytical, plays golf by the numbers.
Well, the physical looks pretty good there. Cut all the corner, and that'll be a wedge in for Matt. As they begin their work on this Friday in the second round, as Bryson DeChambeau is just about done with what has been a solid second round. What an advantage his length is on this 530-yard par 4. Although the short grass helps.
Yeah, you have to take advantage of your length if you put it in the fairway. See what kind of lie he has.
All right, here's the third for Vegas on 15.
Well, that's a smart shot there, Curtis. You just take all the risk out of play.
And he gives himself an opportunity for birdie. Wonderful play there.
Couldn't it reasonably be asked to do any better, I wouldn't think, Curtis?
Chances there were slim and none, and Slim, I think, had left town.
On the train out of town, as they say. All right, let's see if Pavon can finish with a flourish. This is sort of out of nowhere. Doesn't have a top 40 playing this year, and what a week to find it. 2 putts to shoot a round of 65.
Beautiful tee shot, maybe a little bit conservative second shot. He'll have tough up and in for par.
To get to 4 under par. Rio Isatsuni. Good afternoon. Announcing his presence with a birdie, now to 16.
And Theodore Bornson. Inside bunker. And Curtis, that's not a bad lead today with where that pin is. We've seen guys get up and down from there all morning.
You know, the bunkers around here are not that deep. They're not bad. There's 1 or 2 you don't want any part of, but most of them are very playable.
Here's our leader.
Reach. Ooh, it went left at the end. I thought it'd keep drifting a little bit to the right.
So it'll be a par. But if folks were wondering, would this man go away on Friday? No. In fact, we go in the right direction, up on the leaderboard.
All right, so Thorby Ornson now at 16 to save par. 2 under on the round, and he'll miss it. So he'll drop a stroke. 1 under on the round, 4 under for the championship as he heads to the par 3 17th. Stymied some of his momentum.
And it's hard to carry it home, isn't it,
yeah, right.
Matt? It's these last 3.
Big swinger from the right, downhill from here on out.
It's great pace. Excellent 2-putt. We saw Spahn a little earlier from a similar spot leave it well short and bogey the hole, so it should be par for him and a round of 65, 6 under par. See the tee shots for this trio.
Move the tees up a little bit here on the first hole of the day. First hole plays 19 yards shorter than it did in 17.
We say good afternoon to our pal John McGinnis, walking with his trio. That's a pretty sporty group of tee shots, I'd say.
Indeed. Now, Patrick Cantlay didn't quite get it as far down as the rest of them. He has 184 into this front hole location. Not a breath of wind out here at the moment.
You're not sweating, are you?
I might perspire today. It's a bit humid. The cloud cover is welcome, and it really helps these guys without the glare. It's easier to focus.
Bounces in between 2 of the greenside bunkers and rolls in, so he'll need to work on that to get up and down. Now the second for Smalley on 3 again. Last man in the field, taking advantage of the opportunity. Front hole location on 3 today. That'll do. Let's see if Vegas can knock home this short one up the hill. No issue there. Outside of the drop shot at 2. Not just a clean card, but an impressive one, Curtis, I'd say, given what he did late last night.
Absolutely. I think he missed a shot when he could get away with it on the par 5.
2-1 in Fitzpatrick.
That's just a pitching wedge just outside 150.
John, I think the front hole locations on this golf course with the false fronts are the toughest positions. Do you agree or not?
I agree, especially when you're playing off a little downslope as they do here at 1.
We'll be back to the first in a minute as we check in on DeChambeau from the rough. Well, actually, we're back in the first fairway.
God darn it.
And Rahm spins it back. He'll have that. Didn't love it, but still have a pretty good look at birdie. All right, here is this from just a moment ago.
Oh, came out high.
Lie looked okay. Obviously mishit it.
Oh, that was an exasperation of DeChambeau as he'll have to try to get up and down. And that is a brilliant round of golf. Just never know when it's going to show itself again. This talented player finished top 5 to Bryson last year at Pinehurst, but it's been a struggle this year. Playing well today. PGA Junior League, bringing friends and families, communities together through golf. All with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. To 14.
A coach of sorts, the Ryder Cup captain, Luke Donald.
Well played.
That's a nice little shot. So playing short, and it's still a good birdie opportunity at 14. Several different ways to do it on that hole. On the tee at 17.
Yep.
He's not that young, but Michael Thorbjornsen is 23 years old, playing in his first PGA Championship.
Bunch of youngsters out here. McKibben, Pooch, Elvis.
Yeah, you're right. Many of them seem to be playing well.
Early 20s.
Hisatsune, we just saw a shot from him. He's 22. That one was kind of flared out to the right a bit. Into that bunker. Lucky he got it over.
You know, from my perspective, looking at this angle here, it looks like it's not even close to the water. It looks like a simple shot, but from the tee, it looks like it's on the edge of the green.
And now our leader, Johnny Vegas, makes the 3-hole walk of potential scorecard death.
And that is a great start there.
It is. The easiest fairway to hit yesterday, the par 4 16th. Back to 9.
And the third for Victor Hovland. He has worked so hard on this portion of the game.
And he has improved a great deal.
And there you see the hard work paying off in a big way.
Just clips it so beautifully. Look at that. Barely touches the grass.
That's the key, the contact, right?
Yep.
Buckets. Love it. Bryson would love to emulate that. Hold on now. That'll be a tough one. Always seeking more information, isn't he? To 14.
The birdie putt. Just kind of pushed it, that looked like.
Left it in a beautiful spot, just short of the green. Missed opportunity.
Still playing well, 4 under par for a guy who just hasn't played a whole lot of golf lately. He's been spending so much time on all the other stuff that he's got on his plate. To 9.
Did an amazing job with that team over in Italy. Amazing. But it's going to be a road game this fall.
Yes, he did. A lot of us were over there, and he spoke so nice.
This is Gary Woodland
so
from the bunch.
Patriotic, so passionate about his team.
That's always been the interesting comparison. That side and side from the States. Back to 3 and Smalley. It's going to be low. Alex playing a lot of good quality golf. Now, Cantley for par.
Inexplicably poor bunker shot to get to here.
Cantley, who showed you Matsuyama, what, 19 consecutive cuts that will come to an end. Patrick has been part of the weekend, 11 consecutive majors, and his second round will begin with a bogey. Just reacquaint you with what the leaderboard looks like. We realize you got your phone out, you've got apps you might know, but if you don't, this is how it looks at the moment. Pavon has finished 65. Max Homa, magnificent round of 7 under par to get to 3rd. Johnny Vegas, our leader. Smalley's round just getting going. You see Matt Fitzpatrick as well. Bryson DeChambeau will have some work for par on the 9th hole, his 18th. The clouds are out after the rain of this week. It's sunny, it's warm, humid out there. Talking so much about Luke Donald, Keegan Bradley, the American captain, getting ready to go. You just saw that Fitzpatrick has gotten to 4. Here's how. Could not ask for a better start. Big drive, nice wedge, birdie putt. Opposite of rubbish. John Rahm.
I think he really enjoys being back in front of, on this stage, with a lot of people they knows so well, has known for many years. A little different atmosphere over at LIV. I think he gets his juices going.
Well, there's a lot of players that I think bring their very best for the major championships. I mean, they're different. You play tour events here, but this feels different than when it came to town for a tour event, because there's a Wanamaker at the end of the line. We wait to see the Scheffler, McIlroy, Schauffele group, which is reached the warm-up putt portion of the warm-up. Inside of 10 minutes away from their second round. Rory borrowed from the Scotty collection, apparently. A little hook'em horns, burnt orange. Got to drive it better today. I'd be shocked if he didn't, Curtis.
Well, he has to. You can't shoot a score out of the rough here at Quail Hollow. It's just thick enough rough, makes long enough golf course. Just can't give yourself enough birdie opportunities.
You talk about the players who have brought their best to the biggest weeks. You mentioned John Rahm, Curtis, a moment ago. Colin Morikawa, since he burst onto the scene at Harding Park in San Francisco, has been right there in the mix with that decorated group. Tiger always used to talk about, you try to play your best 4 times a year, get your game to peak those right weeks, but it's such a difficult thing to do.
You try to get to a stage in your career, in your game, to where if you're not hitting on all cylinders, you still give yourself a chance.
That's what Scheffler did yesterday.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, this would be a big one for Bryson. Going to bend to his left.
Bend to the left, down the hill. Give it enough out on the right.
Defensive. And the frustration understandable and evident. Still a round of 68. I think you could say the same of Bryson as you could of Scotty. There's better in there, and if it shows itself come Saturday or Sunday, he could be the champion here. 3 under par. There's Xander Schauffele. That familiar rehearsal, try to get the posture sorted out. Does the same thing every time.
You know, and that's the key. Very methodical. Go through your routine, but the routine consists of basics.
So as you are settling in at home for this afternoon of golf, they're about 5 minutes away. Encourage you to hang out with us as we continue to cover the PGA Championship.
Quail Hollow, I think the memories I have from there and just the overall vibes that I get from the place, I just love it. The design of the golf course too, the par fives for me are reachable. People talk about Augusta being, tailor-made for my game, and in some ways I can see that, but I don't think there's a golf course in the world that sets up quite as well for me as Quail Hollow if I'm driving the ball well. If I'm driving the ball well at Quail Hollow, I feel like I've got quite an advantage over the rest of the field. If you go back to courses that you've been to over and over again, it's like, okay, well, I know what to do here. I've done this before, and I think that experience on a golf course is a big deal as well.
I think the key line to take out of that is if I'm driving the ball well, Curtis. And Thursday, the answer to that was, well, he's not. In fact, he couldn't have driven it much worse. If there's a goal in mind beyond the obvious, it's got to be at least a couple under par. What would it be?
Well, the first goal is to drive it in the first fairway. He does miss some fairways, but this being a long golf course with a lot of rough, much different than a regular tour event. The driving becomes more important, which sets up the second shot, which sets up birdie opportunities. Just bear down a little bit today.
Well, we saw this last group hammer 3 tee shots into the fairway. 1, 2, and 3 in the world about to be introduced, and try to do the same.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is our 147 group. First on the tee, our 2014 and 2012 PGA champion from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
If they were to list the number of times he'd won here on the PGA Tour, they would mention 4 more times. So good vibes in many ways. Good feedback on the initial swing with the driver.
Next on the tee, our 2024 PGA champion from California, Xander Schauffele.
Rib injury early this year, Curtis, prevented him from playing a ton of golf. Told me this week he feels fresh, feel young again being back out here. But you wonder, is he as sharp as he would normally be?
I think each day he's going to get better. A little momentum. Just has to be a little bit sharper than yesterday. Didn't play poorly.
Well done there.
Next on the tee, from Texas, Scotty Scheffler.
And same as I just said about Xander, Scotty, just be a little sharper. 10 fairways, 11 greens yesterday. Not bad, but we know he can play better.
Poor start here with the tee shot well left into the gallery. So they're making their way out of the way. We'll see where Scotty finds it and what kind of path he's got to the green.
Whatever happens, it's going to be fun to watch.
Not for Scotty. That does not look particularly good over there.
I think it's fun to watch these guys escape trouble.
All right, let's go to 16.
And our leader, Johnny Vegas, a par on this hole yesterday, Billy. A moment ago, his second shot dead center of the fairway. And that's a nice approach on this hole, just under 12 feet for birdie. So his cushion going into the weekend relies on this 3-hole stretch. Now Vegas for birdie.
It'll definitely peel to the right. Just got a good look from the putt from Smiley.
So a par back-to-back days on the 16th. So mark that. Over to 17.
Well, we saw Michael Thorbjornsen find the bunker off the tee at the par 3. So this a par putt, and that is 2 drop shots on the first 2 holes of this incredibly tough finishing stretch at Quail Hollow. He's not alone. Out to 15.
The third shot for Luke Donald.
Luke would not have the length to knock it on here in 2, but well short with his third up the hill. That's what he does best.
A lot of ways to make a 4. 11. Great opportunity to do that. To 2.
Jason Day pours one in. Oh, that's a nice start to his round. A solid par and a birdie to 3.
Ricky Fowler couldn't buy a putt yesterday. Gets this one to drop on 3, and maybe that jump starts his round. I believe John McGinnis with this group describing it as hitting it awfully well, just couldn't get one to drop.
The easiest of the par 3s, and Smalley for birdie. So a good roll. This is it right of the hole. Smalley will make 4 at 4 as we check it again with Marty Smith.
Bryson, 3 shots better on Friday than you were yesterday. What enabled a 3-shot better performance?
Yeah, I felt like I was driving it pretty well today. Made some good putts. It's just tricky out there. Gotten some weird breaks out there and didn't take advantage of the 14th hole. 15th hole, I 3-putted. So a bit of a weird day. Could have shot 6-7 under and then could have shot even par. So kind of equaled out for the most part besides the drive on 9. I mean, I drove it. I had it so good on 9, and for it to go in the rough and then get a sticked up lie, and I just went right under it and didn't get up and down. Make bogey in the last 2 days. Pretty frustrating because that's 5 under right there and within 5 shots. But 7 under, it's not out of the question. But I got to go work on some stuff and have a low one tomorrow.
You mentioned driving it well today. We all know distance here at Quail is a massive advantage, and you currently lead the tournament in driving distance. What perspective have you seen that it's benefited you?
Yeah, they're just holes where I'm able to hit it up there with a wedge in my hand. 5's a great example. I didn't make birdie today, but certainly, giving myself a lot of chances. So just got to keep moving in the right direction. Hit my wedges a little bit better, make a few more putts.
You noted that you're going to go do some work. You're going to go up there and hit 1,700 balls or something.
Not that many.
I hope not. What's next here? What are you going to go work on?
Yeah, for me, it's just starting the ball out a little more right and drawing it back in and getting that good starting line for me. If I can get a good starting line and then work a little bit around the greens and some chipping, I'll be dialed in for tomorrow.
Great job. Thanks for your time. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Guys.
Appreciate it. Bryce is going to go work on some stuff. We're going to see what Scotty's going to work on here.
Scotty's got 211 yards, Scotty, and it's really, really a poor lie. It's sitting down. Almost looks like somebody stepped on it, but they didn't. You just get this around the green, that'd be a good play. Not bad at all.
Ends up that front hole location in the front right bunker. Andy North will be with this group throughout the afternoon. And Xander next to play.
Yeah, 178 yards for Xander. Hole cut right in the front left of the corner. Anything just to the right of the hole, even a little bit past, is fine. This is one that you can be fairly aggressive with. Very little breeze out here. A little bit from left to right for him.
Middle of the green, but probably wasn't what he wanted. 16.
Billy shouldn't be too much drama with this one. Okay. So Vegas again, back-to-back pars at 16 in rounds 1 and 2, back to 1.
And the second for Rory.
Yeah, 168 for Rory. Again, just anything just a little bit to the right of the hole, maybe a little bit past. You don't want to come up short because of the false front. It can come off the front of the green.
Western line. Good. An unforced error, isn't it, Andy?
Absolutely.
So Rory and Scotty will have to do some work there. I talk so much about the finish, but currently 1 through 6 are all playing over par. The 7th, which is a par 5, the lone hole that is under par in relation to the field scoring average. One's hard, but from where Rory was, you would have expected that to be somewhere on the green.
One's hard, but it's the easiest of the rest. 2 and 3 are very difficult par fours.
To 2.
Especially 2 when you miss the green.
Long.
That is right. That's delicate. Gosh, to start the day, we saw players missing the green long and going back down the front slope all the way down to 30 yards short to 18.
This is the most difficult hole of the course, but when you drive at 313 to the middle of the fairway, you can reduce the degree of difficulty, and that approach from Thorbjornsen awfully good, Curtis.
Yeah, just once again taking advantage of the big drive in the middle of this 18th fairway. We haven't seen many in that position.
This is a young man who's made a couple of bogeys, but stays focused, kept his poise, and he'll have a birdie putt on 18 to 2.
Par putt and a long one for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, drove it in the rough, missed the green to the left.
Driving into the rough on 2 today has been almost an automatic bogey. We have very few pars for players missing the fairway at 2. Back to 1.
Scheffler first to go, Andy, it looks like.
Yeah, he definitely is. Pretty straightforward bunker shot. The one thing you have to be careful here is it starts going away from you right around the hole. So it'll be really, really quick if it gets past the hole. 3-4 feet short wouldn't be a bad play.
Andy, this is exactly what you might expect.
Our leader on 17.
It's a big swing when you're leading this golf tournament to stand on it. Curtis talked about it a few minutes ago. This is just a visually intimidating shot, and it's easy to do that.
Easy in the practice round.
Oh my goodness, he hit the rake.
How about that break right there?
He hit the rake. And he turns out way better off. I mean, that could have done anything. Maybe it's his week. That's one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen. To hit it and deflect it in that direction as opposed to back in the water or who knows where.
Another green in regulation.
That's remarkable. To 1.
Really straightforward bunker shot for Rory. It's back up the hill into the green. That was a much easier shot than Scotty's.
So 1 and 2 in the world will both have par putts to try to save par. 2-2.
John McGinnis, Rahm's par putt.
Slippery little thing. He drove it perfectly on this hole and then just made a mess of it.
Yeah, so when you're in the middle of the fairway, it should be a lot easier, but 2's playing tough today. That whole location is difficult.
452 up the hill.
Yeah.
It's a hard hole.
And the lengthy birdie putt here for Xander.
Yeah, this one is going to be pretty darn quick coming back down the hill. And as it gets near the hole, everything goes to the right. Slope, grain, everything. So as it starts losing speed, it'll be going toward that edge of the green.
Andy, we have seen so far today moisture in these greens. They look just a bit slower than they were yesterday. They had some fire in them yesterday afternoon.
Curtis, I think the fact that we got this cloud cover really makes a big difference in the burning sun. I mean, it's warm out here right now, but it's not ridiculous. So I think as long as there's a cloud cover, we'll keep a little bit of moisture in these things. Super fast.
Xander clearly felt the same way you did, Andy, and comes up short, respecting the pace of that. Former world #1, 47-year-old European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald playing brilliantly to 5 under par.
Hey, Billy Kratzer's down there with Johnny Vegas. It's been such a great couple days for him, but Billy, that was fortunate, wasn't it?
Well, I thought it was just going to be in that area that everyone has been practicing pitch shots, and then all of a sudden it just darts to the left, and now you're, I'm going to say 35 feet behind the hole, and not a bad look at birdie.
Well, you can imagine the emotions of Johnny Vegas with being in a position, all the good golf he's played. He's 40 years old. We've talked about it. He's been a good player for a long time, but he's never been in a spot like this, and he's handled it well.
I don't know how you say hello, my friend, in Spanish, but that's what he was doing.
Hola, amigo.
Thank you.
Very good.
That's the extent of my bilingual talents. He didn't like it.
It's not just that it hit it. It's the direction it went and the pace that it rolled away from the rake.
Incredible.
The perfect last name for that kind of luck.
Easy. Yeah. Gracias. That was fun.
Schauffele for par.
These are really important short ones on the very first hole.
Pours it in.
That was a good throw from where he drove it.
I'd like to thank my friend John Butchergross for suggesting we could mention Scotty was in and out of jail there on one.
Well done.
Smalley's second on 5.
Beautiful swing, great tempo. Left it right below the hole.
Not going anywhere.
No, beautifully played.
Tagala unable to go. He is into the field and 5 off the lead. Xander's second putt on 1. Oof. Drive in the fairway. The approach. Left a lengthy birdie putt, and he 3 putts, and reigning champion who's made the weekend in 12 consecutive majors going to have some work to do. Phil Mickelson, birdie putt on its way. Phil, well, said work to do. Phil's got to go nuts, but he knows it, so he'll be firing at flags to the first. McIlroy and Schauffele both up and in from the bunker for par. The one man that made the green dropped the shot. All right, Thor Bjornsson to finish with a birdie.
Pretty good swinger from left to right. Down the hill, normally very, very fast, and once again seeing players knowing that it should be fast, protecting a little bit too much.
Still par on this tee. You're picking up better than half a stroke on the field. A second consecutive subpar round in his first PGA Championship appearance. Excellent start for the young man from Stanford. To 2.
So McIlroy will be first to go, and Andy, we saw some incredible start lines off this tee yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, it's not really what most people would look at when you're taking it 40 yards left of the fairway over a grove of trees that are 80 to 100 feet high. But do it again today. It's downwind at the second.
You can see where he's lining up over top the last oak tree.
Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. It's hard to imagine that tracing when you're standing out there, and look at that. It's just perfect.
No, it's hard to imagine doing that right there.
Said you got to drive it better. You can't drive it better than that.
No.
That's a great sign for him. I would imagine that Scotty Scheffler is going to be looking in the same area.
You know, yesterday he played it a little bit to the right of that, more along the edge of that tree on the left, the right edge of that tree on the left. Poor tee shot on the first hole. He needs to hit a good one here.
Looks good. Yeah, really good. I mean, that changes this hole dramatically when you can do that. All right, well, here we go. Billy, you called it a realistic, a makeable birdie putt.
Well, it's going to be quick, and it's going to be moving to the right side of the green.
Just kind of ran out of some steam there. He'll take the par.
He will not be unhappy.
He will take the par. And if he goes on to win this PGA Championship, that rake will be maybe just a small part, but that rake will be a part of the story.
Well, he really has played a good solid round.
He has.
He's been in control.
I'm impressed. Missed a lot of birdies and only one bogey in his second round. And there's his good buddy.
We've seen Luke Donald playing excellent golf. European captain Keegan Bradley had an excellent first round as well. And he's ready to be introduced.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is our 209 group. First on the tee, from Georgia, Andrew Novak.
It's worth pointing out, as the captain, and Curtis, you know what this is all about, you want to get a look at some guys that could be part of your team. Andrew Novak's been playing excellent golf, nearly won at Harbour Town, won the team event in New Orleans. He and Maverick McNeely, a couple players that might earn the right to be part of Keegan's team. And Novak starts with a round under par.
You know, he'll think about it later on, but his number one priority is himself today. Keegan is a young, just a beautiful tee shot there. Guy can launch it.
Powerful player.
Next on the tee, our 2011 PGA champion and our 2025 USA Ryder Cup captain, from Vermont, Keegan Bradley.
Young Ryder Cup captain, was a pick out of the box because of his age, but certainly capable of making the team. Would he pick himself if he was close?
He's played a lot of excellent golf. For all the conversation about how much is on the plate of a captain, Keegan has been playing well, a lot of top 20s here. He's tried to carry that corner and lost it to the right, so he's going to be needing to do some work.
Next on the tee, from Nevada, Maverick McNeely.
Former #1 amateur in the world, really coming into his own this year.
Played it beautifully out at Torrey. Looked like he might win, but he was caught by Ludwig Oberg in a final round where he played great. And that's perfect. Cutting it around the corner. He's had a couple of other top 5 finishes, so you understand why Captain Keegan wants to have his eyes on him. Second for Fitzpatrick on 3.
Out of the middle of the fairway, hole framed just beautifully with these big oaks on the right and left, some 50 yards short of the green. Really helps the eye into the second shot.
Hole location on 1, hole location on 3, both in their front left positions. All right, the tee on 18. He's made par on 16 and 17, so 2/3 of the way through. This is a very difficult finishing stretch.
And less than driver.
I like this play.
Me too.
Drive it to the bunker, not beyond it.
Just like that.
That was a good looking golf swing there, Curtis.
I'm an old timer, I know that, but I think you got to always try to put it in the fat of the fairway. And the fat of the fairway there is just short.
2.
Scotty Scheffler from the fairway.
1.
Trying to keep this below the hole. That's good. As long as you don't go too far along, you take the real danger out of that shot. You watch these drives. I mean, just incredible. Hard to believe they aren't the longest of the day. Rasmus Højgaard hit one even farther down there. All 3 of them just booming over the trees. Now Rory. Sand wedge. With that big tree framing the backdrop. And another good shot. This has been the 3rd hardest hole of the day. Number 2.
Awkward tee shot. Dogleg to the left with the fairway sloping hard from left to right. Just always been an awkward feel.
So far so good for these 3. Schauffele could use a good swing here after the bogey at the first. Okay. It's a pretty severely sloped green back to front, so those putts should have some speed to them. Up to 3.
See if John Rahm can make birdie.
Didn't make many pars on this side yesterday. Like to stop making them today.
Just burns the edge. Birdie for Smalley on 5, and that was left off the face. Now Fitzpatrick for his birdie on 3.
Not much movement in it.
Birdie, bogey, birdie for Fitzpatrick to 16.
And Luke Donald. Long birdie putt. He gives himself a short par. Had some of that magic going yesterday. 5 under. 5 shots off Vegas's lead. Our leader, middle of the fairway at 18. Can he finish what he started and head into the weekend double digits under par? The stars are out, so is the sun. And if you love golf, lucky we've got it for you. ESPN Plus, featured groups, featured holes. You have no excuse. And you can hang out with us. We're back after this.
hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet. Sportsbooks start off with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today. Second round from Quail Hollow. And the second hole, playing tough. Birdie putt, first to go, Xander Schauffele.
Really quick going this direction.
Andy, you and I saw it this morning, huh?
The way they played their seconds in here, I think they were watching TV this morning and seeing the disasters that happened when you were short right of this hole.
It was a train wreck for some of the players who got themselves in the wrong position. These three in a good spot. Schauffele, though, has to tap in for par. Still 2 more to go. If you look at the notable players, some of the best in the world, the current cut line is sitting at 1 over. Whether it stays there, we'll see. But you figure Matsuyama, JT, their tournaments are probably over. Spieth, Schauffele right on that line. So is this guy. Rory McIlroy's got to go. He needs to make a bunch of these today. And he's got the first one.
Why didn't that surprise me? He's really good.
He is really good. Back to 18. And Scott, you've been talking about it. So tough today.
You all are covering it so well this morning. And speaking of train wrecks, I mean, it was catastrophe. Tyrrell Hatton made 7 here, came here at 5 under, 1 off the lead at the time. And Vegas is going to have some work.
That's the first real loose shot we have seen today.
Well, he shot the round of his life, at least in major championship golf Thursday. He'd never been that low before. We'll get back to his story in just a moment. World number 1.
Schauffele trying to pour one in on top of McIlroy. That one looked low just about the whole way. So that'll be a par for Scottie Scheffler. Now Alex Smalley. This is on the par 3 6th, where everybody's having a hard time getting it close to the hole off the tee. Well, that's a nice little pitch shot to almost certainly save par. Now this is 14. Hisatsune at 4 under and now at 5 under. Just 22 years old and playing really well. Started on the back 9. He's made 2 birdies already. Kind of cool shot there. That camera down low. Luke Donald. Really nice shot. Really nice. Right by the hole. Didn't even need a rake. A little more conventional.
Rory on the tee here at 3.
He did exactly what he needed to do back at the second hole. Now put it in the fairway here.
After starting with 2 dog legs, this the first straightaway tee shot, and tee shot not so straight. Left rough.
His miss yesterday mostly was left. Now it's Scheffler.
This has started left.
Whoa. First collar there, Bruff. Now Xander.
300 to the bunker on the right, but all players will be going left and beyond.
A little bit of breeze from left to right. Curtis.
Best of the bunch.
just to make sure he gets out of there with a par. Oh my goodness. That looked like a pretty straightforward putt. So the guy's playing so well and still has a lot of golf to play today, but a drop shot at the par 3-6 for Alex Smalley. He's 4 under, 6 off the lead, set by Johnny Vegas, who's had a really impressive day at the PGA. Faces it up and down on his final hole. We'll have that and so much more as we continue on from Charlotte.
Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club, Newton Square, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. You can register for tickets. Visit PGAchampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. It's an announcer bogey. You take a bite, you come back. What are you going to do?
I thought you handled that very well.
Not really. Not really at all.
Kind.
But yeah, well, we're good. We'll carry on.
My mother told me not to talk when I had a mouthful, but
I wasn't gonna, but they said go, Scott, and I did. All right, to 3.
I got it square. Okay.
Now Scotty Schauffele from that first cut. 166 yards to his front left hole location. Tough one to get it close, but he's back far enough. If he wants to, he can go up over the top of this tree, or he can work it around it.
What about the lie, Andy?
The lie's average. It's not sitting super up, but it's fine.
No.
It's where you can get a lot of club on it. He could probably curve it if he wanted to. But with the wind left to right and a little bit in, I think he might go up over the top and just cut it from the left edge of the green to the middle of the green.
Big false front. Leading to the green.
Go, go! Nice shooting, Tex.
That was very professional, gentlemen.
See if Schauffele can knock that birdie home. Billy Kratzer is with our leader on 18. It's been a while. What's going on, Billy?
Well, Elvis Smiley hit it into the penalty area, and they're trying to make the determination because it actually crossed on the fairway side of the penalty area. And then they saw it bounce on the other side. So they were trying to make the determination, and between Campbell and Jonathan Vegas, they decided that it did cross, and he dropped and pitched over to here, and now he's going to hit his fourth shot.
All right. Appreciate that update. We'll be back to that in a moment. To Schauffele here on 3.
Yeah, that was from 156.
Work its way back a little bit.
Now Rory's got an interesting play. He's got to go underneath these trees, or he can go up over the top. It looks like he's going to try to take it underneath. And with that false front, he's got to have enough steam on it to make sure it gets up, maybe even into the middle part of the green. That's got to go. Good chance that's going to come back down away from the green, probably 15 or 20 yards.
Right on cue. Well called, Andy.
Once again, missed fairway to the left.
Now Fitzpatrick for birdie at the 4th.
A bit of a double breaker.
It's the easiest of the par 3s. Has yet to see a double bogey or worse through the first day and a half. Over to 9.
Second for Bezuidenhout. Brilliant approach, as good as we've seen. 520 yard par 4. Now the third for Vegas, and
Yeah, it was always one he knew he had to be careful with, but that was a horrible result.
Well, having to wait so long.
I would
His third
agree.
shot had something to do with it. And, you know, the last hole leading the PGA by 4 shots also has something to do with it. Nerves are starting to come to the fingertips a bit.
Fitzpatrick tapped in for par ahead of this group. Now we pick up McIlroy trying to get up and down.
Yeah, he's probably 4 or 5 feet below the green level. Hole's only got 7 or 8 on at this angle, so he doesn't have a lot of green to work with. This is one you'd like to really put some spin on it. I would think 4 or 5 feet past the hole would be a good shot.
There you see club face wide open, slip it right under the ball. Beautifully played. Andy, good call. Really couldn't keep it around the hole.
Even with a clean contact there, it's still challenging par putt to come from Rory.
Such tight lies fronting all of these greens with these false fronts. Cut tighter than the fairways.
Cloud cover throughout after the week. It was very rainy up until Thursday. Warm and humid out there, Andy.
You know, thank heavens the sun's not out. We've got this cloud cover. It probably keeps it 10 degrees cooler at least. It's very humid, but it's not bad at all. The breeze is just enough to help. Really a nice day to play golf out here.
You've seen a 65 from Pavon. Homa, Max, the best round of the day, 64. So there have been some good scores out there. Everyone chasing this man. This is the chip for par.
Yeah, just that kind of pitch shot, you have to put some speed behind it. Well done.
back to 3.
Yeah, Xander will be putting first. He's taking a long, hard look at this. It's a little bit awkward. It looks like it might want to go a little right, left early, then left, right at the end. So it just depends which way is the most powerful. He needs to knock this one and get back to even par for the day. Just always an awkward read.
There you see the slope in the front portion of this green. Hard to keep the second shots below the hole with these front hole locations.
Curtis, I just love front hole locations. It makes you drive the ball in the fairway. Then you've got to be smart enough to play a shot that probably carries past the hole. It's hard to make yourself do that sometimes because you know you want to be short of it putting up.
But with these false fronts on this golf course, it's a dangerous play.
Oh, absolutely. Now Scotty's turn. Maybe he learned a little bit watching Xander's putt the last 3 or 4 feet, just basically coming from the other direction. You know, so often you think, you know, Scotty's not putting very well. Well, he's got one this length every hole, so you can't make them all.
See if he can make this one.
Putting numbers have been very good this year.
On a good line, buries that one. Schauffele.
What a good look, Scotty, on matching the line with the speed. Just a perfect putt.
From the very start. Isatsune, 5 under. Second to the 15th.
Don't miss left.
He didn't.
Remarkable
shot.
Bounce.
The 22-year-old who finished in the top 20 at Valhalla last year, playing brilliantly yet again to 4.
And Rasmus Højgaard just off the green at 4. How about that? Off the green scoring continues. Rasmus had it going a little bit yesterday, still 3 under. Back to McIlroy.
Yeah, after the beautiful putt he made on the last hole, that really makes this one more important. He doesn't want to give that shot back. He's really ground on this one. He's looked at it from multiple ways. He knows it's important. Cut probably today, hovering in that 1 to 2 over range.
2 absolutely in play.
Oh, beautiful.
What a putt.
And 2 really good putts on the last 2 holes, left to right, dead center.
1 for the moment, but 2 I would think is probably where it lands. Fluid as always. Xander 3-putted the first. So there was that one in. That's unfortunate. It's another double on 18. It is the 17th of the day already on 18.
But what makes that difference, though, is that he did it out of the middle of the fairway. Really an unforced error. Wow.
Not home yet.
No. I mean, this is longer than the putt he just struck. Well, you made a good point, Curtis. I mean, it's rare that he's been in the position in a major championship. He's been dealing with kind of shoulder injuries. Still a good 2 days, though.
A frustrating finish, but 36-hole leader at the moment. Figures to at minimum be teeing off in one of the very last tee times on Saturday for a man who's not yet finished in the top 20 in his career in a major. Another look at this one, and Playing it outside the hole.
Looked like a little bit out of the heel.
Each day becomes more difficult in a major. See if Bezuidenhout can creep to within 3 of the lead. That's been the miss from that side. Hard to hit it hard enough. To 4.
And Scotty Scheffler at the tee. 181 yards today.
Yeah, 8-iron really fits his shot shape beautifully. Start at 15, 20 feet left of the hole and let it just slide to the right. That slid too much.
Scotty a miss hit in the bunker. Over to 7.
The second for Smalley after a short miss on a par 3 6th.
Flagstick back right. Oh, what a big bounce.
See what kind of lie he draws.
Well, whatever it is, it's going to be a whole lot tougher than if it had stopped on the green.
Talk about the unfamiliar territory for Justin.
Good afternoon.
Jonathan Vegas. Justin Ray on Twitter mentioning that it's his best position through 36 holes by 6 shots ever. To 4.
And McIlroy's tee shot at the par 3.
Just a launched 9-iron into the middle of the green. 181-yard 9-iron into the wind. That's about right.
Again, the only par 3 here at Quail Hollow that plays under 200 yards. So if you're going to get one of them, this would be the one. Let's see what Xander has in mind.
You want the pitch like 68, so yeah, exactly. 68 to 7.
Always felt like if you went around par 3s, played an even par for the day and even par for the week, you gain on the field.
Absolutely, Curtis. Xander going with 8. I think this is a better play because it's a little bit easier to kind of get it sliding from left to right if you're not hitting it so hard. A little bit of breeze from right to left and in.
See the target, the back right hole location today. Okay, so well short, some work to do for Xander, Rory, and Scotty. Back to 15.
And the 22-year-old. Hisatsune. Not quite, but still. We talked a lot about the young men we're seeing on this leaderboard. Dora Bjornsson, Hisatsune. More than just fitting in. All right, the 3rd for Smalley.
Delicate little shot.
That was always in play, wasn't it?
Well, just trying. He knows what he has to do. Just barely carried on the green with a wide open club face. Ball probably sitting up a little bit. Just went a bit underneath of it. So easily done.
Birdie for Rio. 3 of them in his first 6 holes, but now comes 16, 17, and 18. Disappointing 6 to put on that card for Johnny Vegas on 18, but in uncharted waters. A winner on tour, yes. Trying to break through in a major way on a major stage, and he's played magnificent golf for the first 2 days here at Quail Hollow. 4th for Smalley. What a way to make 4. Next shot. He stepped in and was ready. Executed. Makes birdie. Vegas the lead by 2 here in Charlotte.
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the Stanley Cup with
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. Which weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the Stanley Cup with all the big Stanley Cup, right?
I assume it's less than the Stanley Cup. Off sheer size,
I think it weighs less than the Stanley Cup.
That is correct. Unbelievable.
There you go. Ah, did all right.
Speaking of, we miss our pal Bob Wischusen, who'll be on the call. Game 6, Jets Stars, Saturday, 8 Eastern on ABC. Dallas leading that series 3-2. Jets were able to get Game 5 at home Saturday night to 4.
And Scotty Scheffler out of the bunker.
Just got to carry it just out of the bunker and the release, and that is as good as you can do.
Sure is, Andy North. Scotty doing Scheffler work. Looks like he'll make par. Let's go to 18.
Luke Donald. Look out. We've already had 17 double bogeys and Luke in the creek off the tee. Back to 4.
And McIlroy. 39 feet for birdie. That's a good aggressive roll at it. Now to 6.
Very tough green to hit. John Rahm.
252 yards. Wonder what Andy North averaged off the tee in 1980.
Next time we hear from Andy, he'll probably tell you.
John, I can tell you. How does 263 sound?
Back to 4 and
Prodigious.
Xander for birdie. So he leaves that one short up the hill. These guys trying to get a little bit of momentum back, Andy.
We've talked about it all week, that any putt down the hill is so super fast, and the same length putt up the hill might be 4 feet slower on the stimp meter.
Good job by Rory, a 2-putt there, but still hanging out outside that cut line at 2 over. Driving the ball much better in the second round. Still hasn't been able to take advantage of it on the scorecard. Now Scotty after that brilliant bunker shot. Clean card for Scotty. 3 under. We'll check in with this group in just a moment as we send it to Marty and the leader.
Thank you, Matty. That's right here with Jonathan Vegas, our leader. You've played beautiful golf for the past 2 days. Had a little luck. Banked one off a rake to 35 feet. A tough double at the last. What's your takeaway from this day?
I mean, it was a great day. You know, I can't really get too down on myself for making double on 18. Even though, you know, I wish I didn't have to make that. But like I said, I mean, I feel like I managed my game really well today on a tough day for me. I mean, I got done very late yesterday. By the time I got to bed and, you know, ready to play today, kind of very short. So, you know, I was feeling it out there. So it was nice to, you know, to keep the momentum going, to feel, you know, the game is there and good things were happening. So, you know, I just got to remember all the good stuff and try to repeat it for 2 more days.
A unique position for you, 2019 John Deere Classic, the last time you were the outright leader after 36. So what's the process and the challenge to make sure you stay present and try not to forecast what might be?
Well, I mean, it's hard, right? I mean, our brains like to scramble and go places where, you know, where it doesn't take it to good places. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you just got to, you know, take it one shot at a time. I mean, I know it's so cliche to say it. But we do so much work on keeping it simple and keeping it one shot at a time that, you know, for moments like this, right? I mean, these are the moments that you do all those training for, and you just hope, you know, your brain remembers a lot of that training and you're able to execute it.
What'd you say to that rake on the way by?
Hey, a big thanks, a huge massive thanks, you know, because obviously that pin is not there. It wouldn't have been an easy up and down. But like I said, this is the type of stuff that happens. Unfortunately, you know, finish on 18 with that double. But like I said, we got 2 more days to go, and you know, we got to keep playing good.
Spectacular play. Thank you for your time, John.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it,
guys.
Easy guy to pull for if you're not familiar with Johnny Vegas's game. Winner on tour 4 times. Uncharted territory. How did he get here? Shots like these, Curtis, 2nd on 7.
Yeah, recovery shots around this golf course are so important. Hit it low from the left rough. Beautifully played to the front left portion of the screen.
That would lead to birdie on 7, a long par 5. Another par 5 on 10.
He looked in control all day long. With putts like this, when somebody's speed gets off, you can see the nerves take over, but his speed, his outward appearance looked very calm.
A beautiful iron to the par 3 13th. Totally controlled the flight underneath the hole, buries that birdie. Then on 14, poor tee shot, got a drop, hits to here.
Hit a magnificent second shot to that point.
Then on 17, you're just checking in with the coverage. There are moments in many majors that you look back on and remember.
It seems to go your way when you're playing well.
The man hit a rake and it went to off the green on one of the hardest holes in the golf course. It's hard to overstate just how remarkable that is. Yeah, there you go. Made par. Hit a 3-wood off the tee on 18, but the trouble came after he found the bunker, made double. First player from Venezuela to lead or co-lead at any major. I mentioned a 4-time winner on the PGA Tour. But then there's that bottom statistic. In a career that has seen accomplishment, majors have not agreed with it. He'll be teeing off late Saturday as he tries to change all that. To the tee on 5, bunker left in play for Scotty. Right in it.
Oh, 1 bounce. Oh, just got it.
To 6.
So we saw John Rahm. That technically is going to be a missed green, although he's got a good birdie putt at it.
Yeah, tough green. A lot of slope in this green from back to front.
And John McGinnis, 35% of the field is hitting this green in regulation. It is a long par 3, back to 5.
325 over those bunkers shouldn't be a problem for Rory.
Like Bryson earlier, smokes it right down the middle.
So Nikolai of House Højgaard. The par 3 4th. Oh, how about that? It's going to be a fast putt coming back, but another Højgaard hanging around. Let's go back to 6.
It's got a little left, huh, John?
Indeed, he has to be a little frustrated. He's driven it right down the middle of every fairway. Get some average wedge shots, and he's 1 over through 5. I think he might have been pressing a little bit there. Can't let your frustration get you on this golf course.
That was a good comeback, though. But you're right. He's hit it beautifully and has so far today nothing to show for it.
Xander last to hit on 5.
Oh, jumped out.
What kind of stance is he going to have there?
It should be okay, I would think.
16.
And he's at Sune. Second shot at the 16th at 6 under.
Nice compact swing, drives down and through it really nicely.
Familiar spot, green side bunker. At 18.
Donald in the creek off the tee. So that's his 3rd. Try to limit the damage. 14.
Well, Robert McIntyre, he's playing well this week. He's got driver. That's on a very good line.
Yeah, looked his aim point. He's going to hit a big cut.
Max Homa got it to within a couple feet. And since Max made his eagle early today, that's one of the best shots we've seen. He's got a realistic chance at an eagle.
That's what I've been saying. Everybody should hit driver in this hole. Go right at it. The hell with the water on the left.
Stones on this guy. All right. The 4th now for Donald. Playing more than 7/10 of a stroke over par. You see the journey to the championship presented by Chase Sapphire. This is a man with 12 wins worldwide, but it's been more than a decade since. European Ryder Cup captain, victorious in Italy. Come to Bethpage this fall. He was #1 for more than a calendar year. Playing some class golf this week at the age of 47 as Johnny Vegas continues to be our leader here in Charlotte.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is Curtis done for the day, or is he doing holes? Or
Curtis comes back in at 2 hours.
oh, I see. Oh, I forgot. He's so delicate.
I'll keep it. Yeah.
3 o'clock here in Charlotte, North Carolina, noon out on the West Coast. You know what time it is wherever you might be. We appreciate you being along with us as we continue our coverage of the second round of the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. Dave Fleming, Matt Berry continue to call the holes. John McGinnis, Billy Crouch, Andy North on the golf course. Jeff Darlington reporting. Brad Gregory from the PGA of America here to help us with any rules questions we might have. And Curtis Strange is taking a break for a couple of hours. Pleased to welcome another U.S. Open champion, Jeff Ogilvy, with us here in the booth. We'll visit with him in just a moment as we take a look at Scotty Scheffler at 5. Bunker off the tee. And there's a little more movement in that green towards the front, and you see that Scotty's rolls down. So we'll need to lean on that short game to remain where he is to 8.
And Smalley just off that runoff. 353 yards today. You can go at this one and get a number heading to 9. Smalley will have a birdie look. He's at 5 under, 3 shots off the lead.
Curious about what kind of stance Xander would have, and it's perfect.
He's lucky he's not left-handed. No, this is set at right center of the green. Not bad at all.
Another birdie look. To 4.
And Højgaard after the good tee shot at the par 3 to get to even par for the championship. Just like that. Well done. A couple of holes on this front side where you can get your birdie, and Højgaard takes advantage of the easiest par 3. Let's go back to 5.
That was Rory's 130, right at the hole, right over the flagstick.
Put on the brakes, but a couple yards longer than his intended distance to 8.
Smalley can get the birdie. He'll be 2 shots off the lead. Indeed he does. Again, mentioned a moment ago, 4 you can find a birdie, 8 you can find a birdie. Smalley found that one. Now 2 shots off of Vegas. Back to 5.
Pretty straightforward here, Andy, for Scotty.
Yeah, there's not much to it. Perfect lie. You'd surely expect within 3 or 4 feet every time.
He makes a bunch of these.
You keep talking about his ball striking. His short game is awesome too.
That should be par for Scheffler. Andy, you've been with this group since the beginning. It's still relatively early in the round. Anything that stands out notable to you?
No, I don't think any of the guys are at 100% right now.
That's what it seems like. Nobody's just razor sharp, are they?
No, but they're doing okay. Now Rory.
Good.
These guys are so amazing, taking that sand wedge and hitting these little low runners with it. De-loft it, get the ball back in your stance.
Slipped beyond tap-in distance from McIlroy.
He's got a little work left.
Yep.
I'd give it to you, Scotty, but I'm make Rory putt it.
You're a gentleman. Appreciate you. For a day and a half, felt like Xander just is looking for just something to jumpstart it, and it just hasn't happened yet.
He hasn't been able to make any putts of any reasonable length. And starting out the very first hole with that 3 putt, that just always puts you in sort of a bad frame of mind. This one is putting right along the top of this ridge that runs across this green. I don't think there's going to be much break to it. It's been the putter so far this year that's really hurt Xander. He hasn't driven the ball as well as he normally does, and he hasn't made as many putts this year, and that's a good way to add up to a lot of average events.
remains a couple over. Current cut is +1, +2, as we've mentioned, seems to be in play. And McIlroy currently is 2 over. Jeff, that win, folks wondered how it might impact him, free him up. Does it represent some sort of a finish line? What's the perspective that you have on that?
I think it can only free him up, but once you tick all your lifetime goals, as he said, perhaps something changes in the desperation to win tournaments.
That curls in. And he's had 4 1-putts through 5 holes. It's just human nature, isn't it? To some degree, Jeff?
I would imagine so. I've never won all 4 majors.
Understood.
I don't know what it feels like, but incredible effort. And we saw the pressure release at Augusta after that win. Surely something's going to change in him a little bit.
Well, the satisfaction of the accomplishment. We're talking about 1 of 6 ever to do something in a sport that's been played for hundreds of years.
And the length of time it took him to get it done too would have, he was carrying that self-inflicted, but a self-inflicted burden for a long time.
So this for Scotty. That double at the last for Vegas. Brings everyone back closer, but now you realize Scotty's only 5 back and it's only early Friday for him.
Yeah, he's managing himself very well, doing Scott Scheffler golf, not looking perfect, but finding a way to still have a pretty good score.
So they make their way to the long par 3 6th. This was a moment ago, and Donald is 5th on the 18th, which has just been incredibly difficult. And he'll have that for what would be the 18th double bogey of the day. 16.
Satsune trying to make par at 16, and he's going to miss that right. So the 16th claims another stroke off a player in contention. Goes from 2 off the lead to now 3 off the lead and headed to the par 3 17th. Over to 11.
Well, it was a big story yesterday, and he's just getting his second round started. Ryan Gerard, North Carolina native, 4 under par. Started this round at 5 under, so important early swing for him and a really good one. Great chance to make birdie at 11. We saw the tee shot of Robert McIntyre, just threaded one beautifully, driving the green. 340-yard par 4. A pretty darn good eagle effort. So a tap-in birdie for McIntyre. And now on the tee at 6. Continues to be a hard green to hit.
Scotty's got 4 iron. It's the longest iron he's got in his bag. He took the 3 out and put a 7-wood in. 252. This is a big 4 iron.
And that one comes up short right. Not a green to work with. How is this hole played today? I mean, the average proximity to the hole almost 49 feet. There have been 8 birdies, but almost without exception, you got to hit it reasonably close to make a birdie. And we still 2 days at number 6, not a single tee shot inside 5 feet.
Now it's Rory's turn with a 5 iron. He's going to have to smoke this one. A lot of people hit 5s here, but they put head covers off of them.
He looked like he smoked it.
He did, right on the front. There's a good chance that'll come back off that false front and go a good 10 or so yards off the green.
Needed just a little bit more there.
And that basically is one club short.
Not a lot of big blow-up numbers, or not a lot of doubles or triples on 6. Just a hard, long par 3. Hard to make birdie, that's for sure.
Right after that 6 tower.
Now Xander. I'd be betting this is a 4-iron.
Pretty good line. But another one short. That one in the bunker. So scramble time for all 3 of these great players, the top 3 players in the world at 6 to 18.
Donald to finish like our leader. Disappointing finish to what has been 2 excellent days. Still 3 under par. I beg your pardon, making the turn at 3 under par. It's a double either way. To 11.
Well, let's see if Ryan Gerard can get a little bounce back after bogeying the par 5. He birdies the par 4. So maybe it just sort of comes out of the wash. He's even through 2 and 3 shots back. We haven't seen a lot of shots from the drop zone at 17. JT Poston, who's been playing well, put one in the water off the tee. And Jeff, I can't think this, even from the drop area, is a totally comfortable shot.
No, you don't want to be hitting your 3rd shot into this green.
Except for if he could do that. Wow.
That's one way to make par.
And there are a lot of ways. You can hit a rake and 2-putt. You can hit one in the water and dunk it from the drop zone. That was spectacular. 110-yard little wedge shot and in.
Fred Couples did that on 17 at Sawgrass one year. In the water, made 3 the hard way. Jeff Ogilvy alongside. And Jeff, as you settle in for a couple of hours with us this afternoon, I want to start at the top with Jonathan Vegas. And we've made the point repeatedly. This is a 4-time winner on tour. And yet it just has not been a position like this ever in his career where he hadn't made a top 20. So carrying this sort of a number into the weekend, what will you expect to see from him based on what you've seen these 2 days?
Yeah, it's a little surprising, actually. I mean, we all know him as a great player out here. Very long. You would think he has a good game for majors, but maybe it's just never worked out or he hasn't been so comfortable. But he looked great the last 2 days. Today, it's always tough to go out after shooting such a low score and follow it up the next day. He played great today all day. Shame about his finish, but still very in the mix. And he's got a good enough game to hang around there all weekend.
I agree, and he'll be in a late group, perhaps the last group at 8 under, but bringing more folks into it by dropping those 2 shots. He's 8 under and he's finished. We're focusing so much on 1, 2, and 3 in the world because they're 1, 2, 3 in the world, but they haven't had a spark just yet, haven't played particularly well, and yet Scotty is just 5 off the lead. Just curious what you notice from him, even when he's not at his best, the ability to manage to shoot a good score. What does that say to you?
He just seems to be a master at keeping it simple. He's just happy to find the fairway, find the green, and give himself some good putts. I think you see Rory's issues sometimes. He's trying to go 100%, trying to hit a long way off the tee. Scotty seems to be just happy to navigate his way around the course. And he does what number 1 in the world does. He has a couple of late birdies yesterday and turns an average round into a good round. And he's keeping himself in the mix, even though he's a long way from his best.
Let's pick things up now to the play at 6.
McIlroy chipping it up there and got it just about exactly hole high.
That'd be about 4 feet to save par.
Wanted it to move left, was thinking it was going to move left to 7.
Matt Fitzpatrick worked hard a few years ago to gain strength and length. That's worked out. A big one off the tee and his 2nd.
That from 236.
And sits up nicely there. He'll have a go at that one. eagle not out of the question. Now, Nikolai Højgaard, of course, twin brother Rasmus here as well. Oh, after a beautiful shot at 4, he's dialed in. Excellent approach there to 6.
Schauffele from the bunker.
Very straightforward bunker shot. A little chunk and run back up the hill into the grain. Just not enough speed to it.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little disappointed with that one. Next to go, Scotty Scheffele.
He's decided to putt this ball from off the probably 4 or 5 feet off the green. Grass is just beautiful over here, so it shouldn't be any problem, just like putting on the green. Pretty big breaker from right to left, and it's uphill, so he can give this one a pretty good whack.
He did on a good line. Scotty Scheffele scared it with that long putt. Hard to make a birdie at 6. Scheffele almost did it. Can I take one quick moment and salute Andy North, who's out there with that group? John
Please.
McGinnis surprised him with that question. Would you drive it in 1980? And Andy said immediately 263. So our friend Shane Bacon helped me look it up. 263.5 was exactly his average in 1980. I'm astonished.
Dave, I can remember numbers. I can't remember your name. It is Bill. Oh.
We love
that. Is amazing, though.
It just right off the top of his head. Got it almost exactly. You were 35th on tour that year in average driving distance, Andy.
Yeah, it's pretty laughable, isn't it?
Game's changed a little. Now Schauffele for par.
I think Dan Pohl was longest that year at like 269 or 279 is all. Now Xander with his.
Xander needs these. That is costly. He's running out of wiggle room. Schauffele is, if he wants to be here for the weekend, the defending champ. To 8.
Guys, drama for Shane Lowry at 8. Look at his ball. Plugged. Hits a bad shot. Jeff Ogilvy played as it lies, and Shane Lowry was not happy with that result, to say the least.
It must have been plugged in someone else's pitch mark, because you get a drop out of your own. So incredibly unlucky.
So he left that short in the bunker, and Lowry, as you can see, wasn't pleased as we go to 7.
Left hand low. I thought he might make it a moment ago. Had a run at it. Make another birdie. Back to 6.
Yeah, this ball's got to be just on the edge or just outside the edge, depending on the speed he rolls it up there.
Good par. And as a final follow-up, it was pole, and it was 274 yards to lead the tour that year. Good par for McIlroy. Let's see.
Back to Lowry's adventures out of the bunker. And I can't imagine he'll be happy after this one either. It's going to come all the way back. Again, players very boisterous about the decision, and Jeff Ogilvy, you made the point. Perhaps that was in someone else's divot.
Birdie putt for Rahm. Got to be fired up to see one finally go. He's hit it better than his score, but he's got a red number next to his name. after birdieing 14 following a sensational drive. McIntyre for birdie on 15. The big lefty from Scotland pours in another. 4 under, only 4 off the lead. Birdie for Ryan Fox. Won at Myrtle a week ago. Love this clarity he had. He understood there was only one path to get here, and it required him winning that event. And he did. And here he is.
Schauffele, just a really nice long 2-putt. Keeps plugging along. Scotty Schauffele, 3 under par, 5 shots back to 9.
Second for Smalley. You see, fortunate his drive didn't find that bunker. They moved it up a bit, but still a 520-yard par 4. On a beautiful line. Finished top 15 at the Players Championship. Like this field, always one of the very best in the game of golf. Back to 8.
And can Lowry save par at 8? He is going to be red hot. I believe you just saw, giving the international salute.
That was a birdie.
Yeah, a birdie. He did make birdie at 8, only with his right hand. So Shane Lowry, 2 over after the par 4 8th. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive that moves you forward. Still, always, forever. Beautiful day here at Quail Hollow Golf Club in Charlotte. Second round of the PGA Championship. Everyone chasing Jonathan Vegas.
Being on the Corebridge Financial team is an extreme honor to be able to represent our organization of PGA professionals and associates. They've been a fantastic organization to support the PGA professionals.
Us 20 guys, we're representing 30,000 people. It means the world to us.
My wife and kids were in the clubhouse. My wife had sent me a picture and Scotty Schauffele was playing with my kids on the ground. Just to have those experiences is incredible.
I'm playing a practice round today with Rory, Shane, and Padraig Harrington. I work at the Bears Club in Jupiter, where there are members. They got a hold of me and contacted me and said, let's play a practice round. There's going to be a crowd, so I've never really done that.
My locker's right next to John Rahm, Adam Scott, all those guys. Just being in the same room as them is pretty special.
Hopefully we can all show up and show out for everybody.
Always cool to see those guys out there walking practice rounds alongside some of the best in the world. Take a look at our Corebridge Financial Team leaderboard. Told Roop, I said, you do your part, we'll do ours. You have a highlight moment, we'll make sure the folks back at home see it. Scotty on the tee at 7.
Oh, stop it, man.
Skirted the first bunker and into the second. See if Smalley can make this one. Most have run out of steam and fallen short on the low side. Been difficult for folks to make that putt. Reach the hole. And nevertheless, the man who got in as a result of the Thagala withdrawal is just 2 off the lead with 9 to play. Rory. Cutting one right down the middle. Surprising to see him not drive it well, considering that strength that club is yesterday.
Yeah, he looked terrible yesterday with the driver, but when he tries to hit that fade, I think he's looking better at the moment. So you might want to
little baby
cut. A few more of those, yeah.
To 8.
And Phil Mickelson for birdie. It falls. Still a lot of work for Phil Mickelson to do to see him out on the weekend. Still good enough for a couple thumbs up before he leaves. Let's go to 7.
Xander. Bunkers left, along with Scotty.
Always a popular miss on 7. The water on the right.
To 6.
Tony Finau's on the tee. From 252. Just cutting one in there. Maybe Finau's the one who can get it in there close. By the standards of this hole, that is a great shot.
Now, Hisatsune on 18. A rocket out of the rough into that bunker. That's where our leader Vegas was a bit earlier on the way to double. Just continue to update. It's been the most difficult. You understand that. Playing at 4.7 the average. Vegas dropped 2 there, but still the leader. Pavon, the beautiful 65. Max Homa. Magnificent round today. 7 under. 64. A course where he has won. So from here, colleague Andy North having his gear sorted out, and he'll be able to join us with insights from the ground. And Andy, you're back with us. Magic.
I'm back. Thanks, Scotty.
What do you got?
Scheffler obviously is going to have to lay this ball up. He's close enough to the lip. You can't go crazy here. The only way you could do something with a longer club would start out way left, except there's a tree there, so there's no way. So just lay it up here maybe 150 yards and give yourself a good number to attack the hole with your 3rd. All ways to make 4 in these par 5s. You don't have to knock it on in 2.
Mission accomplished. Put himself in position for a wedge and a putt. Now McIlroy.
Yep, 232 hole. So you'd like to carry this probably 220 in that little flat and let it race up that to that back ledge. I don't think you can possibly carry it in the back ledge and keep it on the green. Back into a little bit of breeze.
Coming in hot and will stop. And again from there we saw Fitzpatrick have a go at it. Smalley made one. Eagle not out of the question for Rory. Birdie certainly expected at this point.
Xander will be next. I think if he was 5 or 6 under, he'd be laying this up, but at 3 over par, he's got. So he's giving it a go.
What do you think of that idea, Jeff?
Well, as Andy said, I think where he's at, I'd probably go for it too, but he's maybe putting his weekend on the line with his shot. It's a big shot, 232 out of the bunker.
It is a 5-iron.
That's going to end up wet. Risk and the reward, and the risk magnified. Have to try to save par, and the reigning champion just has not had his very best thus far. It's a 6 after the great tee shot.
Yes, it was. Not many birdies today at 6. Good chance for one for Finau to get back to even. Gosh, just too often the story with Tony. So many great shots and not enough putts made. To 4.
And Garrick Higo on the tee. 1 under. I don't often have hair envy. But boy, does Higo have swing envy as well. What a great tee shot for Higo. He's going to have a good uphill putt for birdie. Back to 18.
Rio. Up and down will be magnificent. What a shot.
Fantastic bunker shot there. This whole location today is certainly magnifying how difficult this hole is.
And the tendency from there is to give that creek all the respect behind it and come up short, and then the green carries it down. He did neither. Now Smalley, second on 10.
Be right.
He's saying be right.
What a beautiful looking golf swing this kid has.
Nice hole high. We'll have that to tie the lead. Back to 7.
Scotty.
Scheffler's third will come up short.
Just an awkward.
Fortunately, continuing to struggle with the audio for Andy. Get that sorted to 8.
And Matthew Fitzpatrick. Not sure where he ended up off the tee at 8. Shorter par 4. Looks like he missed it way right, but
he was down about 65 yards in the rough, short of the green.
That one's going to roll back, as we've seen a couple of times now. There's that ridge up to get on that top shelf where the hole is. And some late afternoon grinding from some of the world's best. And that includes the top 3. over at 7.
Very difficult to hit this shot pin high. As we saw with Scotty, it's going to spin back from not much short of the pin, and if he flies it too far up there, it's going to bounce over the back.
The whole location is just 7 from the back. Up and stops just there in the fringe.
2 bounces over, huh?
To hold that to stay 3 over to 8.
Fitzpatrick's birdie putt.
It's a slow one.
Didn't get it there. We've seen that a lot with these uphill putts. Higo, winner at Punta Cana earlier this year for birdie at 4. 5-year-old lefty to 2 under now, back-to-back birdies. We go back to 8, and John Rahm, a long birdie putt uphill.
Well, Fitzpatrick told him, or showed him, you got to get it there.
John Rahm gets it there.
Look at that stride. Rahm means it.
You got Rahmo 2 consecutive birdies to move to 2 under. We go back to 7.
A little bit of everything here. Scotty will have a putt for birdie. Xander's got to try to get up and down for par, and Rory in the back has one of those little chips you can try to make.
Absolutely. I would definitely take where Rory and Xander are over where Scotty is. Scotty's got a maybe the slowest putt on the course. It's a big step up that hill. He's got to hit it really hard, but then it goes away from him once he gets past the hole.
How would you describe the characteristics of this green? You played this golf course, know it well. They're awfully good this week walking. I was impressed with the ability to take all that rain and stand up to the weather.
It's amazing. I mean, it's a great advert for sub-air systems, isn't it? I mean, the rest of the course was casual water everywhere, and the greens have stayed firm. Amazing. Always incredible agronomy and grass conditions when we come to Quail Hollow. It's just one of the most beautifully presented courses we see anywhere.
Beautiful look from overhead. 2 putts from here would be just fine. Hard to get it there, but Scotty did.
Wow. He's pretty good at golf.
Jeff Ogilvy, ladies and gentlemen, to 8.
And Fitzpatrick, ladies and gentlemen, for par. And we've seen a couple of these shorter putts that you would think these guys would make 10 times out of 10. Fitzpatrick does not. We'll see what Rory can do with this.
That lie looks a little dodgy to try to clip it just right, but it's a short one.
This is very makeable, guys. A little right to left break to it. You just can't goose this one. The ridge starts about 6 feet past the hole.
Came out a little hotter than he wished, and more work than he had imagined for birdie. See the journey here for Xander. Bunker off the tee, went 5-iron. He and Austin decided, let's take a swing at it. Dropped, hit 4 over, and now places 5th. I admire the approach, Jeff, of this man. He'd been close, and often when you're close, you think you need to change something to have the result you desire, and instead he just maintained, I'll keep doing what I do, and then won 2 of 3 majors last summer.
Yeah, he's always been very sure of himself in a really humble way. He knows what he's doing. Very well coached by his father when he was growing up.
Let's see if he can make this one. One time. Well, that's a big one. We've been talking about looking for a shot of adrenaline. Maybe not a birdie putt, but a little chip in for 5.
That may have kept his tournament alive.
He's never going to mail it in, but now he's.
It's going to feel like a birdie to him after how he played the hole. Like a little boost.
And he wouldn't have imagined this would race by this far. What do you see here?
This has just got to slide a little bit to the right. He did a good job of watching it closely as it went by the hole. I think this is just an outside left edge or a left edge, depending on your speed.
Roy pours that one in. His 6th one putt in 7 holes. And on the cut line number for the moment, but now just 9 off the lead. Schauffele 5 off of the pace set by Vegas, trying to stay there. Excellent 2-putt. To 9 for a 3rd in a row. Phil Mickelson has entered the chat. Keep it going. Remarkable victory at Kiowa. Now Higo. 2nd on 5. Excellent approach. Up the hill putt for a couple in a row to get to 3. This for the Duke Blue Devil, who lives in Greensboro, to tie the lead in Charlotte. About an hour-and-a-half drive. We'll get into within 1. Satsune. That's a brilliant up and down. 3 off the lead, 22-year-old. 2nd PGA Championship appearance. Smalley. Walker Cupper, decorated amateur, last man in the field. No one would confuse him for John Daly, but you remember the stories from Crooked Stick. Last man in, last man standing, and he's only one behind Jonathan Vegas. You got to manage your emotions. Stay in the fight. Major championship, require your best. Patience above all else. We continue from Quail Hollow.
Golf, it turns out, is really about math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Who knows if one day you'll need to know that it's 176 to the pin, but only 153 to the front, and 151 to a landing spot on the edge that will take enough off the shot for it to settle close enough for a makeable putt. It's a numbers game.
It's just math, as the saying goes. At the moment, the math says you need to be +1. That'll be 143. But as we know, it tends to go a little bit higher. Not high enough for Hideki Matsuyama to be part of the weekend. He came here with 19 consecutive cuts made, and after his round, went to the range and just absolutely obliterated golf balls. Taking out our frustration. Doesn't seem crushed, but I mean, that's a remarkably consistent player. Jeff, you ever go to the range after you miss the range? You just go out there and wail on golf balls?
Never found the range after I missed the cut. I think he loves it over there on the range, though.
He works hard at it. Patrick Reed, who played well at Augusta National, finished third there, apparently will miss the cut as well. All right, to 8.
And McIlroy coming off a birdie.
He's going to absolutely pound this one. They've waited about 10 minutes for the green to clear.
27% of the field tried to drive this green yesterday, and there's going to be trouble over there, Andy, with that tree. That's the risk at 8. Over to 5.
And Higo. That's the lip. Winner in the middle of April and playing well here this week. His 3rd PGA Championship to Scotty.
353 yards today.
I think the best he can do is put it maybe 30 yards short of the green. In between these two bunkers would be perfect. That is in the right-hand rough.
We saw Matthew Fitzpatrick a moment ago. For Xander, who just got up and down for par after hitting it in the water. Again, Ogilvy made a good point. Perhaps that felt a little bit like a birdie. He's got to take advantage here of the hole that's given up the 5th most birdies. Both Rory and Xander left off the tee at 8. Scotty Scheffler right. None of the 3 found the fairway. Let's see what they can negotiate. Perhaps Xander can still find his way over to 9.
3rd for Fitzpatrick.
Just a straightforward pitch up the hill.
Left hand low. Looks very unusual, but off's a game to swing your swing. Makes sense to him. To 14.
Ryan Gerard is only 3 shots off the lead, right where he started at 5 under at the start of the day, and he's got an excellent chance for a birdie at 14. So we have a Tar Heel on 14. We have a Blue Devil on 11, and both are in contention here in North Carolina. From the fairway bunker. Really good shot. We've seen, Jeff, those fairway bunkers are playable typically. Ball will get down to the middle.
Yeah, if you're in the middle, looks like you've got a chance. Nice sand, great, beautiful sand here. And rain earlier in the week. Wet bunkers are always nicer to play out of.
To 9.
And Rom.
Big swinging pitch.
It's on a really good line.
He had to play 6 feet of break on that.
That's expertly done. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. That's outside of Philadelphia. Folks up there last week at the Cricket Club, they were spirited. Great golf city, passionate golf fans. We look forward to seeing you all next May. You can register for tickets, pgachampionship.com/register, and registration closes soon, just about a year to the day. We look forward to being there as we work our way towards 4 o'clock Eastern. We'll be with you for many more hours as this second round from Quail Hollow continues. The Wanamaker waiting at the finish line Sunday night. We continue from Quail Hollow. Sorry, I got dizzy for just a minute. ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. We know you do at home as well. We're approaching 4 o'clock here in Charlotte, and aerial coverage provided by Goodyear for every legendary moment. Still, always, forever. Certainly looks beautiful from up high. Green Mile is every bit of it. It was suggested earlier this week it was the Green Nile with all the water on it. That was Stanford Steve. They learned him up good out there at Stanford. All right, 8.
Andy, what did Schauffele have there?
Just not much. He had an amazing shot. Oh, missed the tree right on the end. Scooted it over the green.
So it's all three of these guys, Xander, Rory, and Scotty, missed the fairway. Let's go to 9.
See if Fitzpatrick can save his par. Well done. Busy card, but a couple to the good. 34. As he heads to the par 5, 10th to 8.
And Scheffler second.
Coming out of the rough might help him. Ball releases up this hill. Yeah, that's fine.
Schauffele an uphill putt for birdie. Back to 9.
That's the par putt for Ron. That's really well done from where he was. He's 34, as with Fitzpatrick, and he is 2 under, 6 back to Rory.
Has the entire green to work with. Nice lie in the rough. Very doable.
Look at this from McIlroy. What a shot. So got it down there far enough left to where the tree was not a factor, and he'll have another look at birdie.
Well, you know you're going good when Billy Kratzer comes out to find you. Alex Smalley just 1 shot off the lead. Billy, you out there now?
Yeah, he's pretty much in control. I've only watched a couple of holes, but.
So now Gerard, he misses that birdie putt. Smalley missed, Gerard missed. Both will make par. A couple of guys with deep North Carolina ties in contention here at Quail Hollow. Now ahead at 15. Speaking of,
one born in Raleigh, one born in Greensboro, and both thrilled to be playing here in North Carolina. Another Tar Heel, Ben Griffin, at the win down in New Orleans. This for eagle. Go Carolina Lana. How about it? 4 under. First 6 holes. Tremendous. Back to 8.
And Xander just off the green. So doesn't make birdie at 8. Still at 3 over. At 4, and Luke Donald. Aggressive line right at the flag. That's a good looking golf shot from Luke Donald. Backed up a little bit today, but he'll have a good look for birdie to get back to 2 under. Now Scheffler for birdie. Here comes Scotty. On the holes that this course will allow you to score, you must do that. Scotty Scheffler has as we move to 18.
Michael Kim up the hill on 18. Make it, and he does. Big time birdie there. 1 under par on the most difficult hole in the course. Now to Rory.
And birdie.
Just the right edger. There we go. Beautiful pitch across the green to get him in that position.
Here they come. McIlroy works his way back to even. 3 birdies on the front. He and Scotty starting to draft off each other just a bit. You see that current cut line. Must be at 1 over to come hang out with us this weekend. Xander, still plenty of work to do.
Wow, Rory's at the front 9 he needed. Needed a good one. Now Xander needs to start making some birdies pretty soon.
I think we all expected Rory, based on what we saw yesterday, 14 fairways, was not going to come out and drive the ball like that again. And you had mentioned Xander now as this group steps to the 9th and the work that he has to get done. But Rory, a little pep in his step now as he's back to even. And Scotty Scheffler, he's right there at 4 under. It was only a matter of time before at least 2 of these guys got out of their slump. They've reached the 9th.
Take a look at 9, and Jeff, I mentioned your familiarity with the golf course. They've moved this way back. I was talking to one former winner here who really didn't know why it was necessary. I'm curious how you feel about 9.
I always felt like it was too long anyway, but they put 30 yards on it because that's what you do these days. Incredibly long hole, tough tee shot, almost made the tee shot easier because you don't have to try to hit it around the corner anymore, but they've left you with a very long second shot and a very quite a lot of slope left to right on this green, as we've seen from a lot of balls today.
Earlier today, Bryson DeChambeau had an absolutely mammoth tee shot and just ended up in the rough, which eventually led to a bogey. He felt like he had hit a perfect tee shot, but it was just fractionally off. Bunker out there about 320 to the right.
Neither left rough or the bunker are very good here, so really need to hit the fairway.
Here's Roy.
Very little wind right now.
Here we go, Rory.
That's sort of similar to what happened to DeChambeau. Ended up in the rough, just off the fairway.
It's going to be very difficult from there. Coming over the front greenside bunker.
He continued his one putting. Now Scotty.
Fairway. Scotty's hit one fairway this side, guys.
He's 2 under par. One more under than he has fairways.
One fairway, 4 greens. He's 2 under. But it'd make life a lot easier playing on the short grass.
He's going to. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
It's what the best players do, though. They find a way to make a score.
That clipped a tree, it appeared. You saw they gave him a break on the tee, moved him as far forward as they could, but there's no other teeing option with that considerable length added at 520 today.
Well done for Luke Donald at the 4th. Just his first birdie, coming off 2 bogeys on the back. So Rory and Scotty seem to find their stride, while Xander continues to fight in the 2nd round of the PGA Championship.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Just a great program. He's a little young for the PGA Junior League. Someday he'll get there. Out to the 12th.
And Smalley's second.
Yeah, and right up against that primary rough, and it's going to be iffy. It's starting to work right.
Billy, if he starts to come back to the pack, I'm going to shoo you away.
I can take it.
All right. It's a difficult pin location there at the 12. We saw that this morning. Let's go back to 9.
Thought we decided that McGinnis was the cool yesterday. Self-appointed.
That's true.
They can't all be.
Right, from a position A, Andy, in this fairway.
Scott is absolutely perfect.
All right, so you see what Scotty's doing here after yesterday. He was very candid. His conversation about mud on the golf ball, we talked about it throughout. I want to make sure that there's nothing that would impact the flight of it, but to be clean, and he's ready to play. What's the number, Andy? I believe we saw 207 on the screen, 6-iron.
Just a little bit of breeze helping, not much.
Schauffele with a beautiful approach. That would be a putt up the hill, which will give him an aggressive run at it to move to within 3 of the lead. Now both Xander and Rory have rough and, I believe, trees that they'll have to figure out.
Yes, guy.
It's all about the lie here, really. Good lie, they've got a shot. If it's a really thick lie, to get it over that tree is going to be challenging.
Great look at it. Pitching wedge. Wasn't trying to hit it 193. That would be a monumental wedge. But you look at Rory, 2 days in a row tried to cut the corner. Yesterday it led to bogey. Here
that used to be the line from the old tee. Hit it over the corner of the tree, but he hasn't adjusted yet.
It's from 178. The lie is okay. Came out left.
Oh, it makes it over the bunker and will roll all the way through. This is about the area where we just saw John Rahm, who had to play about 6 feet of break with a wedge of some sort, was able to get up and down for par. Second hole.
Tom Johnson, who's had a lot of really neat shots. One of the club professionals, and another one for Tom. He even hung there in suspense for a second or so. Big smile from Tom Johnson, who is now tied for the lead among those Corebridge Financial Team Club pros. Our Corebridge Financial Team leaderboard.
Let's go back to Smalley at 12 off the green.
Yeah, going back uphill just a little bit from this angle, Matt.
So some work to be done for Smalley at 12, over to 10.
And the third for John Rahm.
That's from 95 yards. And this week he went back to a golf ball that spins a little bit more.
And that takes a couple of hops, sits down right there. He'll have that to move to 3 under par. Stayed patient when he could have been frustrated and is right here in the mix to 16.
And Ben Griffin making his way to the infamous 3. Back to 10.
And a 3rd for Fitzpatrick.
Missed the green on the correct side. When the flag is right, you have to miss left here.
It's beautiful. Beautiful for Fitzpatrick. U.S. Open, of course, at Brookline. Now Xander.
Just inside of 40 yards. Needs to land this ball probably 5-6 yards up onto the green. Landing at a little bit of an upslope, so it should slow down pretty quickly.
Very crisp contact there and beautifully done. Let's see if Rahm can make the birdie to move to 3. He's threatened quite a few edges. Remains 2 under to 12.
And Smalley to stay 1 stroke back. Twelve's location and fairway is just sneaky enough. It's the 2nd hardest fairway to hit yesterday, so Smalley drops a stroke. 6 under now, 2 shots off the lead. Back to 9.
All right, Rory will have to play this well right.
Yeah, it's got about a 6 to 8 foot break from right to left. He can carry over some of it. Very straightforward pitch.
Pick up pace there.
Beautifully done.
Sensational.
Looking for another 1 putt.
That's been the story of this first 9 for Rory. Now Fitzpatrick. Nothing to that one. Fitzpatrick back to 5, 3 off the lead to 11.
Well, Phil Mickelson, he has made a little bit of a move. Still got a lot of work if he wants to play over the weekend. Trying to hook one in there. One bounce. And right next to the hole. Don't put it past him.
Still swinging the club really well.
Okay, Griffin parred the 16th yesterday, played the final 3 holes at even par. And that'll hurt. Drop him back to 4 under, 4 off the lead. Back to Scotty.
Pretty much straight up the hill from 20 feet.
Had the pace, but was just fractionally off on the read. And so he'll remain 4 under.
Good front 9 though. Doing what he has to do.
More than satisfactory. Just continuing to, by his standards, perhaps plod along, and still is right there. It's only Friday afternoon. Think about the way these storylines, Jeff, develop. 4-act plays. They all feel different each day, don't they?
They do. These 4-round tournaments, they take a while to take shape, to begin to understand how they're unfolding. These three in this group have all had a different story for the first 2 days.
And well done for Xander, but it's a leaderboard that is just, for the moment, quite a few names that have not been part of many Sundays and majors. Some, Fitzpatrick, Max looking for a breakthrough, obviously Scotty, but Vegas has never been in this position, and he continues to lead after 2 brilliant days, but 2 more are required. Par for Rory.
So if we're counting, Scott, is that 10 putts on 9 holes for Rory McIlroy?
You check with my guy Gordo. I don't say it unless Gordo says it sure is, and he did.
Wow.
Decent day. I mean, Scotty can't hit fairways, and he's still 2 under. Bill Kratzer with Smalley on 13.
Yeah, and 6 iron to this par 3. Watch Straka come up short with a 5.
And that's
maybe 2 yards from being okay.
I was going to say it's a couple yards from okay, and now it's going to be a long way from the green. And as we reveal where that hole location is, he's not going to have a lot to work with. To Phil.
11 has been a scoring hole today. There have been 22, now 23 birdies made at the par 4. 12's playing hard, but you got 10, you got 11, you got 14, you got 15.
27 of 31 PGA's Phil's made the weekend. Won, of course, at Kiowa, oldest ever. Will be 55 in June, and still got the game to make a charge. You know he's going to keep firing. All right, we have a Sports Center update coming your way in just a few moments. And as we continue, 1, 2, and 3 in the world will step to the tee on 10. That's a par 5. They continue to try to climb the leaderboard on a Friday afternoon here at Quail Hollow. As you know, the finishing stretch is all you want, particularly the 18th today. And then the cut line, always of interest on a Friday afternoon into the evening. We'll be keeping an eye on all of that as we continue 107th PGA Championship coverage. We're about to find out over the course of these next, I don't know, 3.5 hours. Xander's just hoping to be part of the weekend here on 10. Second, trying to get back in possession.
And he's done that. He took it up over the top of the trees, and he's laid it up well back. Scotty Scheffler drove it in the left-hand bunker, and he laid up well about 50 yards closer to the green than Xander. And now Rory from 268. He's going to have to cut the ball. There's a tree here about 100 yards in front of him that he can't hit it right to left at all. So he's going to have to cut it back into this right to left wind. Do not want to miss this green on the right. Anything left is just fine.
Andy, I think Rory's looked better this week when he's tried to fade the ball.
I agree 100%, Jeff. There's a nice play. Stay there. Should be able to put a putter on that.
It does. So he'll have an eagle putt or chip, depending on what he chooses to go with. It's interesting. I want to revisit that little left to right thought from you guys in a minute. For now, we're on 14.
It is an interesting point. Billy Kratzer with Alex Smalley, the drivable par 4.
Yeah, his shot shape kind of lends itself to this type shot right here.
But he left that one out to the right. We'll see. We've seen some shots get reasonably close from over there. To 12.
And Phil Mickelson, one of the Arizona State Sun Devils on the course, going on a run. His second.
Forks, baby.
All day. And as I say that, Mickelson rips one in the bunker.
Even Phil's going to struggle to get that one up and down.
Told you. Here's Rahm.
At 11, this is a par putt, huh, John McGinnis?
He drove it right into the trees. Hit a pretty good shot right in front of the green, and then chunked his chip to here. Didn't matter. Looked like 4 the whole way, guys.
Where did he go to school, Matty?
Back-to-back Sun Devils. We've reached the Tempe portion of the broadcast. I think Pooch is already off the course.
We'll stay here. It's been a good week for Northwestern golf, hasn't it? Luke Donald, the way he's played. Matt Fitzpatrick is in contention.
I believe you've just run the entire list of tour players from Northwestern.
I'll give you one more, though, John, from this week. Tom Johnson, our club pro. We've had a few highlights. He was Luke Donald's teammate at Northwestern.
That is a great call.
Any Terps other than the ones we're seeing on the course?
Nope, we just wait to see turtles, and I just yell, "Go Terps."
Fitzpatrick, John, he's right in the mix, huh? 5 under par. He's only 3 shots off the lead.
You know, he 3-putted from about 20 feet back at 8, and it seemed to galvanize him. Made a great par at 9. Good birdie at 10. And the drive here was bomb down the middle. 9-iron from 163 to right here. And he was moving quickly as soon as he hit that.
Back to 10.
The third for Xander.
He's making it hard for himself driving it in the rough. He's going to have a lot of trouble making birdies out here from the rough. That'll help.
Excellent wedge. That's a quick one, though. Now it's Scotty's third.
Yeah, he's got it just the right distance so he can put a bunch of spin on it if he wants. He's got to carry it, I think, all the way in this top level. The slope starts about 2 yards short of this whole location. And he bounced it. Did it stay there? Okay,
Yep.
well done.
Up the hill for that. Would have been shocking for it to have been any further than that. given his talent with that club. At 3, he's Satsune for his par. So he'll back up 1. 16.
Gerard now at the 16th, his second shot. Whereas this hole yesterday was the toughest on the course, still found its way into the top 4, and he's going to have work to do on that putt.
Good comeback for Fitzpatrick after he did not like his birdie effort. So he makes par at 11, stays 5 under, 3 shots off the lead. And those 3 head off to a hole that's playing very tough today, 12. Back to 10.
Putter in hand, Andy.
Yes.
Okay.
He's going to putt it from the fringe, so if he 2-putts this, it's yet another 1-putt. I think he's playing for low putts today.
If he keeps up the 1-putt trend, he's going to continue to ascend on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's just a nice gentle up the hill, not a ton of break. You know, you don't think about making 60-footers, but this is the kind you can make.
Pretty slow up the hill there, do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think this is when you go ahead and give it just a nice aggressive putt. He hasn't been able to get back behind it and line it up very well because where the ball's located on the edge of the bunker. Let's see if we can get the right speed. Nicely done.
One more 1-putt, it would appear, which would move him into red numbers to 12.
And Matt Fitzpatrick on the tee. You heard Dave mention a moment ago the difficulties of this hole. It is the hardest fairway to hit today at 43%. But Fitzpatrick.
Don't tell Matty that.
Yeah, quick tee pickup. And now Rahm after the nice par save.
I think for him it's a little more difficult because he's going to aim it at the left trees and then hit that big slice in there. His miss today has been a double cross.
See him aimed up the left side.
He hits a big old cut. That's not a big cut.
Oh, come on.
He got through it but didn't move.
Hit the tree and kick down in the fairway.
Told you, easy fairway to hit.
A lot of ways to do it.
The cut not cutting.
Fourth birdie of the day for the 4-time winner here at Quail Hollow. Now 1 under par. Back to 14.
All right, the driver went right.
Such a hard shot.
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to take all the risk out, and you're going to come up short 95% of the time.
Boy, could Xander use one.
Yeah, slightly up the hill, left to right break. As it loses speed, it will be going right.
There we go. I say the journey of 1,000,000 miles begins with a single step. He took a step in the right direction right there. A few birdie opportunities between this and that difficult finishing stretch. That was an excellent putt from the reigning champion. Now it's Scotty's turn. See if we can go 3 for 3 here, Andy.
Well, I think there's a good chance. He left this ball in a perfect position. This would get him to 5 under, and he's just slowly sneaking up on the leaders without his best stuff. I mean, when you look at it through 10 holes, he's at 2 fairways. That's not Scotty Scheffler golf.
That's frustration you rarely see or hear from Schauffele. Ball reacted in a way he did not see. Alex Noren second here on 5. Hamstring injury had him on the shelf throughout the winter. Played last week and playing very well here. A chance for birdie on 5 to 16.
And Gerard's birdie putt. That was nicely done, and he'll kick one in for par to remain at 6 under after the 16th.
All right, so now the top 3 players in the world ready to go on the tee at 11. We talked about the putts. Rory's found a lot more fairways today. Catapult him up the leaderboard. I think he likes that one. Oh, looked like it bounced in, which is okay. You can play from those bunkers, assuming you get a decent spot.
That's not what he wanted, but he can play from there, I would think.
So now Xander Schauffele. He has really not been driving the ball particularly well. But coming off a nice birdie. Right at what we think will be the cut line. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Along the right side.
Another very poor one there.
Really frustrated with that club. And we just heard, Andy, you were talking about Scottie Scheffler. It's still 2 fairways hit. So Scottie would like to dial in this club. Scottie likes to move the ball left to right. Dog-leg hole right to left.
Let's go, Xander.
All right.
That's a good spot.
In the fairway. When you're in the fairway on this hole today, there've been 23 birdies at 11. McIlroy, who's birdied 3 of the last 4 holes, made 2 birdies total in his first round. This is Phil Mickelson.
No chance from this bunker.
At the 12th. Yeah.
And Phil left it in the bunker at 12. So this now is 4th.
Wow.
Still in there. Now Phil's 5th. Is he still in the bunker? That is a forks down moment for Phil Mickelson. And that likely ends his tournament and any run he was trying to get into. A disaster for Mickelson out of the bunker at 12. I don't ever think I've seen someone as good a short game do that. Not a 14.
Well, Billy, Alex Smalley now.
Yeah, you have to be a little cautious. I mean, that's a pretty good lag there.
Yeah.
I mean, up against that step cut.
Exactly. So once you miss your tee shot that badly, it goes from a birdie hole to a hole where, okay, you take your par and move on to a par 5. Stays at 6 under.
Now let's show you how this trio have played thus far today. On the third hole, Scotty Scheffler had this for birdie, and it was perfect right off the face of the putter. And then on the short par 4 8th, rolls that one in as well. Just missed a short one on 10, as you saw. Story for Rory, 1 putts on 2. That putt for birdie. He began the day 3 on the wrong side of the number. So he had work to do, and he's set out and done that work. This approach to the par 5 7th. Actually hit a little chip that went a bit further past, but he rolled that one in, 1 putt. Then on 8, short par 4, he drove it up past the tree and able to control that one out of the rough. And he poured in another. Just made yet another birdie a moment ago on 10 to get to 1 under par. Xander in the bunker on 7. There comes a moment in a round where you think, take on the risk. He did. Put in the water, which meant this was to save par. And a shot of adrenaline as he's able to save par there, and finally saw a long putt go in for birdie here. And with an eye on the cut line, the reigning champion will have a chance to play throughout the weekend as he plays from 11 home. And now on 12. We see this putt from Jon Rahm.
Saw this morning, guys, where that pin placement is.
His back was completely to the hole.
And that was a good run at it.
Easy.
If you get up past the pin, you will face the bunker to have to get it down there, as you just saw from Jon Rahm.
It was Tyrrell Hatton, wasn't it?
Hatton had one. We've seen a bunch of them this morning after the break off the tee for Rahm. Now he's going to have to do some work to make a 4.
To the great approach on 5 for Noren. Unable to cash it in. Disappointment for Noren, but good to see him healthy enough to play. Was top 15 last year at Valhalla. His 13th appearance here in this major. All right, back to 11.
Just waiting for the green to clear. So Scotty Scheffler, Andy, he's going to be first to play.
Yeah, 192.
Wow.
192. Back into a little bit of breeze. Anything left toward the middle of the green would be really good.
That's a little farther back than most players we've seen at 11.
I think he hit his cut up into the breeze and it just didn't go. It literally rolled a foot. But I think anything left of the hole here is just fine. Do not want to miss the green on the right.
Definitely left.
And that is way left.
Actually in between those bunkers, Andy.
Yeah.
That's very unlike Scotty.
Now Xander's playing out of the right-hand rough. Yesterday, 22 players hit it in the right-hand rough. Only 2 of them were able to get it on the green.
Not a good place to be at 11.
That's a bullet.
That one's going to rattle around and make it into that second greenside bunker. So before Rory goes, we'll go up ahead to 12, Fitzpatrick.
And a 12-footer for birdie.
big curler.
It's Patrick. He is now 6 under and 2 shots off the lead. Back to Rory at 11.
That was cool. Now McIlroy from the bunker.
149 yards. Again, you cannot be too aggressive here. Just hit it 15 feet left of the hole. That'd be a nice play.
Out of the sand, 80, but 50 yards closer than Scotty Scheffler.
He's going to pad his putting stats again, maybe there.
He
Just
snuck
missing
off the green. He's got a chance to get another 1 putt. Hey, he could have a no putt if he makes that one.
And Rahm to save par at 12.
He has to hit this one a lot harder than hit the first one.
That's a good save. We've seen a couple of those out of Jon Rahm now the past couple of holes. He stays at 2 under, 6 off the lead, over to 17.
All right, a big swing for Ryan Gerard, who's only 2 shots off the lead at 17. Good looking ball flight. Beautiful shot for Gerard.
Hanging in there well. You're right. He's playing really well.
Very well. Jonathan Vegas shot 70 to maintain his first round lead. Fitzpatrick closing fast. Scheffler 4 shots back here at Quail Hollow.
Can it be? Yes! And we have a shining star at sunset. Rory continues his run to greatness.
The W is bigger than ever. The W is bigger than ever. So who's gonna go out and own it?
The WNBA begins its 29th season Friday. A pair of games for you Saturday on ABC, ESPN Plus, and Disney Plus. Defending champion Liberty hosts the Aces 1 Eastern. Then Caitlin Clark and the Fever host Angel Reese in the Sky. Coverage begins with WNBA Countdown at 12:30 on ABC. Some of the stars of WNBA. These are the stars of the PGA Championship in terms of a pairing 1, 2, and 3. You see the second round score and how they got there. And we pick them up now on 11.
Scheffler's third from in between the bunkers.
Should stop pretty quickly going back up the hill.
Almost looked like he hit the ground before he made crisp contact. To 13.
And Matt Fitzpatrick.
A little breeze out of the left. It's a 6-iron.
And that makes it up to the proper level. Back to 11.
Schauffele from the bunker.
Xander.
Could be a costly hole for Xander Schauffele.
And now it's Rahm. He said stay, and it will. I'll have to hammer that one. 11.
Not a putt. It's a little bit of a technicality, but McIlroy with the putter, Andy.
He is playing for the local low putt prize today.
No kidding. Officially 11 putts through 10 holes. That's going to be tested a little bit. That's not just a gimme. It's a 5.
Fifth hole, JT Poston. An excellent shot. Challenging. Live ball beneath his feet. He'll have that to get to 4 under. To 11.
Really important putt for Xander Schauffele. This fairway and a bogey. Drop shot back to 3 over. Now at 17. We saw the great tee shot, Ryan Gerard, to get to within 1. Man, he just hammered that putt.
He's feeling it.
He was thinking birdie, that's for sure. Now Scheffler to save par.
Yeah, and this is really a big putt after missing that short birdie opportunity on 10.
Okay. Andy, does that make up for it?
I think a little bit.
Yeah.
It never makes up completely.
Some pars are better than others. To 15.
Smalley's second.
Beautiful tee shot. Inside 250. Now that's a 7 wood.
Popular club this week.
It certainly is. And oh, I couldn't tell. Did it get in the bunker?
It did. It instead of taking the bounce right, which would have had it up on the green, instead it's in the bunker. Back to 11.
You can tell how disappointed Rory is. Won't in the stats be a 3-putt, but it's a 2-putt, which he hadn't even had many of those today. And a drop shot at 11 for McIlroy. We'll see if McIlroy can get the momentum revved up again, because he has been playing some good golf today. But a bogey 5 at the 11th for world number 2. Top 3 players in the world make their way to 12. We'll be back to Quail Hollow right after this.
The players are doing math now. The players are doing math now. Trying to figure out the cut line. Teetering on the edge.
God, that's so bad.
Pride on the line.
He's putting his weekend on the line with his shot.
And lots of money, too.
That's going to end up wet.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
Five o'clock local time here in Charlotte, North Carolina. You see the cut line at the moment is +1. Always curious, might it go up 1? Earlier in the day, it seemed like 2 was a possibility. 1 trending, but you never know. You see some big names. Some can't do anything about it. Others, like Xander in this group, will have a chance. They're just going to need to put their foot on the gas. To 12.
And Scheffler's tee shot.
This is your car.
He finds the fairway at 12. It's the hardest one to find today. A very generous course with their fairways, but this one narrow, which is the defining characteristic of 12. We'll go back to that in a minute. We'll head up to John Rahm.
Up the hill on 13.
From about 28, 30 feet.
He's had wonderful pace. Just hasn't made many. Did make a wonderful par save on 12 a moment ago.
Speaking of 12, McIlroy steps to the tee.
Beautiful left to righter here yesterday and put it in the fairway. This one has started left and it's staying there.
Find that rough. And now Xander.
If he's going to start making some birdies, he needs to start hitting some more fairways. This would be a good one to start.
And that looks like it's going to be dead center, perfect for Xander. Again, you just saw the graphic a moment ago. Outside the cut line at the moment, running out of holes, but Xander can make a run dead center at 12. This major championship a year ago to 13.
Fitzpatrick a chance to get to within 1 of the lead.
This is a defensive putt, though.
It is that, John. For defensive, that's awfully good, isn't it?
Absolutely. The pars on the par 3s on this golf course are just fine.
Smalley's third on 15.
Not the best alive, Scott.
Just sort of splashed it out.
Yeah, tried to pinch it.
He'll have a chance for birdie anyway. And now Gerard on 18. As we have throughout the day, we go from the Blue Devil to the Tar Heel. And Gerard.
Intimidating tee shot.
Right there.
Tough
Right
tee
there.
shot.
Dude, what are you doing? Get out of the fairway.
Looks like he might have caught the right bunker. That better than the left creek.
29 bogeys, 21 doubles on that hole. As Curtis Strange has rejoined us still to finish to 11.
Yeah, 18 has just been a beast. 11 hasn't been. There have been some scoring chances at 11. Tony Finau just off the green to the right.
And now McIlroy at the 12th with his second.
Half decent lie in the rough, 134. He's got to keep it down low underneath these branches about 30 yards in front of him. That makes it even more difficult with this front left hole location that just went dead left.
That was a bad shot from McIlroy. Kind of seen that reaction from a number of the world's best. Let's go to the 14th tee.
All right, so you got Rahm, Cantlay, Fitzpatrick, our T5G on 14, powered by 5G Solutions from T-Mobile for Business, is elevating the viewing experience. Yesterday 311 yards, today back at 340. John McGinnis out with these players. This is a big time scoring chance with the tough holes looming if you hit a good first shot.
Yeah, and today that right bunker is not terrible. I think the back flag is actually easier if you miss the green.
Fitzpatrick.
This one is flared out to the right.
We have seen a lot of that.
That's what you see when you're not committed. It's hard to commit on this tee, but you have to do it. And if you're not committed, lay it back, put it in the fairway.
I think for Rahm with 3-wood, it's just because he can turn it over or at least hit it straight, where that driver, he's got to start it over the middle of the lake.
I missed it enough, so you're fine.
Okay. Good drive.
Missed it enough, should be fine. Not quite a layup, sort of somewhere in between, but a lot of green to work with. You see where that hole is all the way back out to 12.
And Scotty Scheffler second from 112.
Yeah, you got to be really careful here. You do not want to go long. Anything right, pin high would be perfect. In this case, over the flagstick.
It's going to come back
and
down.
Gravity's going to help him out here a little bit.
Sure is, Andy. You do not want to be above that hole to the left with where that hole location is today. Let's go to the 15th.
And the birdie putt for Smalley.
Not a lot of movement. Pretty good pace.
Good call, Billy. No movement at all. He was expecting it to come back. It did not. It'll be a par for Smalley. Remains 6 under, 12.
Xander just 105.
Yeah, this is a shot that he's got to get close. Started a little bit left. Will the slope help take it to the right? And it basically just stayed there. But that might be doable.
So Xander just over 13 feet. We finally have a Terp on the golf course.
Go Terps. That's not a terp. Again, I feel like our terp is more aesthetically pleasing. That's
Yeah, we can't figure out what's going on with their snout.
It's called a pig-nosed turtle. Is that what it's called?
I think the variety that's here in North Carolina, Scott, I did a little research. The spring soft shell turtle.
I mean,
Very closely related to the pig-nosed turtle.
I see.
That thing is ugly.
I mean,
that's not very nice, Matt Berry.
Look how shy he is now.
I mean, objectively, it's not a handsome animal.
Says the guy who probably eats it in soup.
The old pig nose.
Let's go back to 12 and right this blimp, shall we? McIlroy's third.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, he's got to just pitch this just barely on the green over the bunker about hole high, and hopefully the slope will take it hard to the right. Can you get it to come out of the rough softly enough? Oh, that's pretty good. But he's going to have above the hole.
That's really good, though, Andy.
Pretty well done, wasn't it?
McIlroy trying to avoid back-to-back bogeys. And that'll test every bit of his putting abilities. We move to the 13th.
Corey Connors.
Flagstick 30 paces back on the right.
Right on the cut line. But as listeners to SV Pod know, on the Mount Rushmore of active flushers, that's a ball striker right there. Shout to Gordo. And that's a birdie. Gerard on 18 from the bunker.
And that will feed back, but not a hard up and in.
Nope.
Let's head back to 12 now. Schauffele. Just about 22 feet, Andy.
And this is really, really difficult to judge how much it's going to break right to left and what the speed's going to be.
It's really been a whole location today on 12. And if you don't land it in the correct spot, you're going to have your work cut out for you. So Scotty will have that left for par where they line up the putt. Let's go check in at 11.
All right, Tony Finau, birdie chance at 11. 1 under, a couple birdies on par 5s here recently. But again, as we've been talking about the last few minutes, with that cut line seeming more likely to stay at +1, everybody in that neighborhood, these are important shots. He'll make a par at 11.
Speaking of important and the cut line, that brings us to Xander Schauffele at the 12th.
Yeah, Matt, and this is another one of those really awkward putts. He's putting down the hill, and it's going to be going hard to his right. To be able to match up the proper speed and the proper break is really, really difficult to do.
It's about 13.5 feet.
This is the kind of putt with a little bit of speed, which you don't really want to do. It's going to break X, and if you lag it down there, it might break 3X.
Andy, I think you just take your high line.
Yep, absolutely, Curtis.
The highest line you can read and let it feed on down.
For birdie. He did it.
That is some putt there.
Xander Schauffele remains in the conversation to make the cut. But a huge momentum shift for him as he birdies the 12th with 14 and 15 on the way to 14.
Here's John Rahm.
Such a hard shot to get all the way back there.
Yeah, there's definitely a fear factor of going long, so he set himself up in a good position. He'll have a very makeable birdie putt.
And Andy, Rory coming off a bogey at 11 does not want to drop 2 in a row.
No, absolutely. And this is not. This is about a 50% chance making putt here again, because it's so much right to left, and the speed can be so variable depending on how high you go.
He knew it right away.
Our old buddy Ben Crenshaw was the guy who always took the highest line, the softest, rolling toward the hole.
So Rory worked to get it to 1 under, and now back to 1 over. And that is right on that number. We thought and speculated for a while that perhaps it would move, but it looks like it's going to stay there, barring any last hour or so changes.
I don't think it's going to move because there's been such a lack of wind. There's still some moisture on this golf course, especially in the greens versus yesterday. They still don't have a lot of fire in them for speed, and able to make some putts.
Now Scotty.
Going back up the hill, you can take this one with a little bit more speed to it.
In for par, remaining at 4 under. Keep an eye on Schauffele now with the scoring opportunities coming up in 2 of the next 3 holes. 4 shots off of Vegas's lead as we go to the 14th.
Well, John McGinnis, what does Matt Fitzpatrick have?
Nothing. He stood with hands on hips, trying to figure out how to get this ball anywhere near the hole, and this is what he came up with.
So now that's not going to be an easy 2-putt to make a par.
Gerard trying to get up and down, stay at 6 under. When he was 7, he came to his first ever PGA Tour event. It was right here, North Carolina native. He was scribbling some notes as he watched the best in the world hit it. His dad, Bob, found the notebook many years later, and he wrote, "Phil swings good." The next page, "Tiger swings great." The observations of the 7-year-old Ryan Gerard, who's swinging pretty great himself. And there you see Connors cashing that birdie after a couple of drop shots. Rory McIlroy will try to follow suit. He too dropped shots on 11 and 12, and now makes his way to 13. Off the birdie, Xander Schauffele on the tee. A new tee for this year's PGA Championship.
214 today. Just a little bit of breeze from right to left. Anything middle of the green here is a nice shot.
Go.
That's going to be short and right. And it stays short of the bunker.
That will be tough.
Have to throw it a mile in the air and try to get it to stop.
What's the pin again? What's the pin?
See if Scotty can hit a good iron. He hasn't hit many lately.
It's unusual. One of the best in the
It's
world.
been a strange looking day for him, but he's just grinding and grinding. You got to love that out of him.
Andy, this whole location just sets up perfectly for that little fade.
Oh, absolutely. He can start it almost at the left edge of the green if he wants to and just get it working to the right. Anything 15, 20 feet left of this hole would be perfect. Do not miss it to the right.
Dude. Bar!
This is headed well left.
Bar!
He is all out of sync today.
It's a great way to describe it. Just out of sync and out of sorts, and for many that would mean something over par. 2 under for the day, 4 under for the championship. Off a couple of bogeys now. It's Rory's turn.
Just so unusual to see Scotty miss so wide. Everybody misses. There's a lot of moving parts, but to miss so wide like that 6-iron is really unusual. Now Rory.
Yesterday, after Rory finished, he went directly to the range to try to figure out what the issues were with the driver. Perhaps Scotty will be trying to figure some things out today as well.
There's a lot of stuff they've got to figure out in the next hour and 15 minutes.
That is so true.
We'll see if Rory can get it up here.
Looks like the middle of the green. Come on.
Very nice.
Stay.
Stay. I'm not certain it will. It's not going to. Now as it picks up steam, that's going to end up all the way at the bottom. That's about a foot from being really good, and now it's really hard.
Just not sure I agree with the ball rolling off the green so far away from the hole. A little bit of a trickiness to this golf course with it shaved around the false fronts. My opinion.
I mean, he hit the middle of the green.
So often in majors we talk about patience. I would imagine that a moment like this would sorely test it off back-to-back bogeys. An iron shot to the middle of the green, Curtis.
Well, they know where the hole location is. They know they have to get it up to this level or it will do this.
Jon Rahm just a few groups ahead was maybe a yard forward and it stopped. This one reminiscent of some of the banks at Augusta. Once the momentum begins, there's nothing to stop it.
Aggravating, to say the least.
Gravity takes over until it finds a flat spot.
Heck with gravity. I don't like gravity sometimes.
All right, let's see if Gerard can stay at 6. He cannot. Bunker off the tee, and 18 adds another.
Now Smalley at the 16th, under 200 for his second.
Yeah, and the wind just slightly right to left, and that is a 7-iron, and it never wiggled any. Right over the flagstaff.
That's a good shot. Again, the 16 not playing as difficult today as we go to the 14th.
Well, John McGinnis, was I right? This is going to be a challenging 2-putt.
It will indeed. They let the group behind hit up, so he's had about 10 minutes to think about it. That's really good speed right there.
Yeah. The extra time helped, I guess. So
he could take more notes.
He loves to do that. We know that. That'll be a par at the 14th. Not 15.
Ricky could use something. Eagle would move him inside the number. Now birdie will put him right on it for the moment.
Cut line in 2017 was +5. So made much tougher a few years ago.
The interesting thing at the moment is that we'll obviously focus on that for Friday, but as we look ahead towards the weekend, you got 26 people within the lead, 6 shots of it. So you talk about moving day on Saturday, that somebody will do what Holm has done today. Pavon's done today. Just a matter of who. Now Scotty.
He's got a lot of green to work with, but it is really fast. And that's a good 12 feet short.
At least. To 14.
Birdie putt for Jon Rahm.
Just gently to the left.
To get to 3 under. Feels like a lot of those from Jon Rahm these first 2 rounds.
He's really close. Really close.
All right, let's see if Rory can get really close with this.
He's got to be really spin this one as much as he can.
Spectacular.
Incredible stuff. They are so good with the lofted wedges out of the short grass. Great touch.
Xander looking for something similar, as Rory will mark.
You'd think that Xander's shot would be a little bit easier. It's on a little more upslope, a little bit closer. Just carry it just onto the green.
Still has to be hit perfectly, Andy, though.
It surely does.
Yeah.
But this is one of those, you just get it to land on the green and trickles up there. Every once in a while it might go in.
Solid flush contact, most important here.
Saw that rehearsal as the sand was splashing with each rehearsal swing. Awfully good as well. Schauffele and McIlroy, chances to save their pars, now to 14.
Speaking of, this is the par putt for Fitzpatrick to stay 2 shots behind.
Missed one shorter than this earlier.
Not that one. So the scoreable par 4, it's just a par, but stays at 6 under.
Back to Smalley at the 16th.
Just enough downhill that you have to be careful with the speed.
He played the Green Mile yesterday at 1 under par. Anytime you do that, you're going to find yourself in a good spot. He'll make par again at 16 to remain at 6 under. See some of these 65s and 64s that were shot earlier today. You juxtapose that with the absolute work these guys are putting in.
Par putt for Scotty.
Yeah, down the hill, sliding just a little bit to his right.
Nope. Out of sorts, out of sync, and he'll bogey this hole if he can knock that in. Do have 2 scoreable holes coming up. Just collectively, this group just hasn't been in control of their games, or as sharp as we're accustomed to seeing.
And playing a demanding golf course does magnify those little mistakes.
What do you see, Andy?
Just clean up all these short ones. Not a lot in any of these.
Okay. Well done. Frustrated that the tee shot ran off, but it's a par 3, and now a drivable par 4 and a par 5 to follow. All right. Schauffele remains 1 outside the cut, but as you see, 72 for the moment, top 70 in ties.
Scotty, the one thing these guys at +2 have got going for them, 18's a brutal hole, 16, 17 are tough, and 9's tough. So there could be some bogeys at the end.
Absolutely. It's been saying throughout the afternoon, 2 certainly seem feasible, perhaps probable. Scotty for his bogey. Well, the wayward tee shot had him scrambling, and he's 3 under 5 back of Johnny Vegas. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive and every champion, still, always, forever. Late Friday afternoon here in Charlotte, and the Green Mile coming. see if anybody can encroach upon that lead, and we'll see who's going to stick around to play the weekend. Stay with us.
On the tee at 14, and it sure feels like the beginning of a very important two-hole stretch for the top 3 players in the world.
And if this tee shot favors anybody, I mean, this should be right up Xander's alley. Just throw it out to the right and turn it.
Looked like 3 wood to me, Andy. In that right bunker, there have been some birdies from there. I haven't found a birdie from the front bunker yet today. Only 13 times has the green been hit. He's playing back today, 340.
It's about the same distance to the front as it was yesterday. It's just the difference that the pin's 40 versus 11.
McIlroy, that doesn't look like driver.
Breeze is left to right, which messes with their heads a little bit.
Leaning like it's leaking. And that one will run into that same bunker.
That's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah.
That was close to bouncing left and running right to the hole. I think the right bunker's just fine. Andy, what is he thinking with hitting some drives to the left, flaming them out to the right?
Yeah, I don't know what's going through his head, because this has got to be a shock to his system. He doesn't do this very often. Big tee shot for him right here.
Yeah. Wow. He's going right into the same bunker. So we're going to have a sand shot contest between the top 3 players in the world. Chance to get up and down for a birdie for all three of them. The best shot of the day, unquestionably. It was early, and it was when we sort of got an inkling that it was going to be a special day for Max Homa, who ended up firing a 7 under 64. This was almost true PGA Championship history with the driver that close to a 1 on a par 4. He said afterwards to Marty Smith, I read it wrong. Seamus Power on the tee at 17. Needs some real magic on 2 tough holes. Couple of bounces. Great shot. Well, he's got a pulse. Chance to make a birdie there. How about this?
Yeah, this is at the 12th. I told you if you get up above the hole, you have to aim at the bunker. Everyone else putts. Tony decided to chip it. You know what? Ended up just about where all the putts do when you aim that way.
Much like 16 at Augusta, it doesn't matter what you do. It's going 5 or 6 feet by the hole.
You are in jail up there. Lowry now for par at 16. All right. So he misses. That could affect the cut. So you need now just one more guy to drop a shot, and those +2s that are hanging out, they would make the weekend. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's notable. Let's go to 18.
Fox is 3 under after a perfect drive. Staring at it. Nothing to it, Curtis.
And almost a perfect second.
Chance to make the 9th birdie of the day there.
All right, so Fowler now, if he misses this, the cut line could move to +2, and that was for par. And so as of this moment, that line to make the weekend has moved to +2 because of the bogeys by Lowry and Fowler at the 16th. And Fowler went from still being in on the weekend because the number he set to now a 3-putt. About 5 feet. Curtis, we speculated this afternoon, would it stay at 1, or was there enough out there to move it? And here late in the day, it's now at +2, opening the door for a number of players.
Well, you know, we used to think the cut would always double it and go up 1, meaning if it was 1 yesterday, it would go to 2 today. And it looks like it's going to be pretty consistent. There's still a lot of tough holes to finish, especially on the backside.
JT posted no concerns about the cut line as he rolls in a birdie on 7 to move to 4 under. Now the 3rd from Gerard. Hole location short left on 1. Unable to get any spin. And that's going to settle all the way down there in the collar, which will make this very challenging chip for the Tar Heel, who's at 5 under at the moment.
Walking it off. Schauffele is back to 12.
And Finau's par save. That 12th hole, if you're not careful from off the tee to your second shot, it'll grab one for him. You just did from Finau. He's back to even. Let's go back to 14.
Andy North is with these players, all 3 of them in that right greenside bunker.
Scotty and Rory have perfect lies. Xander's in a little softer sand area where they've raked. They're going to wait for the guys to hit tee shots on 15, which is Only about 30 yards from where Scotty is.
Schauffele was trying to pick which wedge to use, huh?
He just got whatever he's picked. He's got to land it 20 feet or so short of the hole. Just let it release down there. It's fairly quick going this way.
Green does run away from him right here.
Sort of like that, man.
Good call, Andy.
Great shot by Scotty Scheffler. Sets the bar pretty high for the three that are in that bunker. So that'll be a nice bounce back birdie for Scheffler once he finishes that to get back to 4 under par.
It's late in the afternoon. Folks have had some suds sitting on the hill. If there's any action on closest to the pin among the group up there?
Guaranteed.
Maybe that's why you heard such a big cheer when that third one went in.
I wanted to get a couple of you guys to bite, but you didn't.
I was going to say, there's accident here.
Well, what they did here, they did learn on how the ball will react when it hits the green.
See if Rory can get it inside Scotty. No.
He carried it a little bit further and spun it a little bit more.
Still in a position where he's going to have a good look for birdie. So now Schauffele, the final one to play. And Andy, you said the lie wasn't quite as perfect for Xander.
No, it's in an area where other people have played from. It's been raked up a little bit, so the ball's settled a little bit in the same. But that's not a problem here because you want it to run out anyway. So it just means you land it maybe 4 or 5 yards shorter onto the green.
A moment ago we showed you that sand shot from Ryan Gerard. He ended up making a bogey to drop a shot at the first. Now Schauffele, third to play at 14.
Just because of the lie. Just hang on. Hang on. Okay?
Yep.
He won't be pleased with that, though.
Third for Fitzpatrick. Take a big rip at it from the rough adjacent to a tree after he was in the bunker off the tee, and poor layup meant that was the difficulty he faced. 17.
Alex Smalley. Well, on this hole, that's a popular spot. That water looms so hugely to the left all around this green, so Smalley will have to get up and down to stay at 6 under to 15.
And John Rahm's third. Puts on the brakes there and have an uphill putt. He has been so close so often with the putter. See if he can roll one in. Still just 6 off the lead.
This is for the 9th birdie of the day here at 18.
And a literal shot and a half gained on the field based on stroke average today.
The 18th is right at the same scoring average as the par 5 7th. That's
Excellent job.
That's how tough this hole was playing.
The only non-par 5 that's playing under par at Quail Hollow for this PGA Championship is this hole, the 14th.
Big putt for Xander. Very, very flat and very, very straight in this back portion of the green.
Always take a little cut cushion if you got the holes looming that he has. Oh, goodness. That looked like it was going right in. He can't believe it. So it's a par, not a drop shot.
Makes the next hole even more important.
Very true. Because other than for Ryan Fox, those last three are not feeling like they're birdie holes at all.
And that's why this is such a great little short par 4. It's not a given. You have to hit a really quality tee shot or a good quality layup and a good wedge. So there's strategy, there's options. There's also trouble left.
How about Rory's putt, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's got to go just a little bit left going up here.
Yes. Excellent birdie for McIlroy from the bunker. Now Schauffele to finish off his bounce back birdie. Taking advantage of one of the scoring holes out here. Schauffele and McIlroy both make threes. And he's, after his first bogey of the day at 13, despite all the issues, Schauffele's right back to 4 under to 15.
A lengthy birdie attempt for Fitzpatrick to get to within 1 of the lead.
A swinger from right to left. The way he played this hole, par's a good score.
He's out of position, but 5's fine. 17.
Trying to get it up over that ridge.
Well, that's a kind of a false edge back into the grain and then straight downhill from there, David.
And that was not his best effort, was it, Billy?
And no, and he was contemplating pitching the ball.
Probably now thinking that's what I should have done. 15.
Now Rahm.
Up the hill from the right.
Straight up the hill.
He's had so many birdie putts, John.
I'm getting frustrated watching him.
The good news is that he's playing awfully well tee to green. Feels more like a matter of time for him at the moment. 17.
Still Alex Smalley's turn.
Yeah, you have to be careful with this one.
So that's a drop shot for Alex. He'll finish that one off for a 4 at the 17th with 1 hole still to play. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today.
off the birdie at 14. Rory McIlroy on the tee at the par 5 15th.
Between the bunker and the tree off the tee.
He got very fortunate in the first round to avoid the water. And this is the last chance you've got for an easy birdie, and easy is in quotes, but 16, 17, and 18, 1, 2, and 3, the most difficult holes on the course. Now it's Scotty.
He just hasn't had his best driving day. This one's sliding with the left to right wind toward the right edge of the fairway.
Right into the bunkers. Out there well past 300. Now Xander. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. That's an uber aggressive line, and that's position A. Smalley now on the tee at 18.
Easy.
Oh yeah, that's not cutting.
If
That's
you're going,
trouble.
If you're going, go all the way. But I think it came back in the.
Well, it didn't go in, but we saw Justin Thomas with a pretty miraculous shot up by the rocks yesterday, but it's going to be a shot dropped. We'll step away quickly. Right back to the action here at Quail Hollow in a moment. We're back, and that's the third for Smalley.
That's pretty good work there, Scott.
Had no swing or stance up against the bridge, so I had to drop it outside of the penalty area.
Billy, you've been impressed watching this young man play, haven't you?
I really have. I mean, he has pretty much flushed it. He's had a couple opportunities for birdie, just hadn't happened, but I'm really impressed.
We'll get back to those thoughts in just a moment. Back to 15.
Scotty Schauffele going to lay it up out of this bunker at 15.
Andy, he's only hit 4 out of 12 fairways.
It's been an amazing day. But he keeps just. This is why these guys have their name on their bags. They're good.
Now Rory's only hit 5 of 12.
He's got it down here far. He's got 246. I don't think he can advance it far enough going up this hill. I think he's going to decide to try to put it up in the fairway where Scotty's got it. He can maybe advance it a little bit closer to the green. But it's a thick lie. Yeah, it was well done. Perfect.
Couldn't lay it up any better.
Xander's only got 218, so he'll be throwing it back here, trying to make 3.
16.
And Matt Fitzpatrick second.
It's 205 down the hill. It's not cutting.
And a bit of an obstruction on the green there.
Apparently it was trapped in the bunker for a while.
You didn't go help it?
I didn't see it.
Pins over there to the right. Matthew Fitzpatrick there misses left by the turtle as we go back to 18.
And back to Smalley. Got in the field when Thagala withdrew, and he'll have to make this to stay 5 under.
You know, he certainly made the best of it. Positioned nicely going into the weekend.
So that's going to be a bogey. Now Xander.
Yeah, got a 6-iron from 218 up the hill. You'd like to land this ball probably 20, 25 feet short. Do not want to go long here. Anything in the middle of the green or a little bit short of the hole would be beautiful.
Go.
Keep going. Well done.
He started rooting it on pretty early after contact, and it did go on in 2 for Xander. 7, 10, and 15, unsurprisingly. Par 5s all playing the easiest out here today. 16 is not.
It is not, Scott. And this is Rahm's second.
How about a drive? Left him just 176 in.
348 off the tee. We've seen that putt a couple of times now. That'll be difficult for Rahm. He doesn't like it after the distance he got on the tee shot. As these 3 players make the walk on the toughest 3 holes on the course.
So this 1, 2, and 3 pairing in terms of world golf ranking make their way to 15. Rory has gotten back in it with a round under par. Get back to them in a moment. Smalley.
Yeah, straight up the hill. Oop. Only loses shot, but even par today. Very much okay, Scott.
Heck yeah. Got a top 15 in the players. Currently tied for 5th here in the PGA Championship heading into the weekend. To 8.
And Cauley This is a cut effect putt. And we've now moved the cut back to +1 with that birdie from Cauley. Again, at one point, 9 players out on the course at +1 or 2. That could be the difference between a +1 or 2 cut as we move to 6.
Siwoo Kim's playing really well today. He's 4 under par, but currently has the best round going of any player out on the golf course. 3 under overall. And one of the best shots we've seen at number 6. How good! It goes!
Big go! There we go, Siwoo! Let's go!
Amazing! He's had more of those on tour than any player in the last almost decade. And maybe none more impressive than that one. Couple of bounces, and it rolled right in perfectly. And look at that. That vaults Siwoo Kim up to 5 under. There's stealing shots, and then there's...
That's outright burglary right there.
Yeah.
on a hole where you made the point all day. No one could get close.
We hadn't had a shot within 5 feet of the hole in 2 rounds at 6.
Have some. Scotty's 3rd. That's world-class stuff. Just what you'd think. Missed a short one on 10, though.
What a walk that must be, huh? On a par 3 playing 250.
So a 185 par 3 would be much easier.
No, it wouldn't, and it wouldn't be any less fun.
250 sounds pretty strong, though, doesn't it?
That is an amazing.
What a shot.
Yeah.
That's right. We've learned over the years about Siwoo Kim. He's got some personality.
Indeed, he does.
He is a very popular player out there. Everybody likes Siwoo. We got to see it again. 252 today, to be exact.
Just a beautiful shot, too. Lower trajectory, hard cut. Takes the bounce.
That's awesome.
Big go! There we go, Siwoo!
And a great celebration. Just chuck the club and start running. And then go give everybody a high five, a
Keep it rolling, big dog.
fist bump.
McIlroy's 3rd. So Scotty and Rory in great shape there. Xander will look at eagle. 16.
And Matthew Fitzpatrick. A lot of work here for a 3.
Yeah, up and over a ridge, then back down toward the hole.
So about 4 feet left for a 4. Now back to 15.
And Xander for eagle.
Yeah, quite a bit uphill. Be pretty darn aggressive with this one.
And he was. Runs past him. He's outside of where Rory was. 16.
And Jon Rahm for birdie. All day for Rahm, as Scott alluded to a while ago. Putting for birdie seemingly on every hole, getting close, just none of them rolling in. He stays at 2 under. Let's go back to 15 now.
Scotty.
What a beautiful 3rd he played. controlled the spin really, really well. See if you can take this advantage of that shot.
Number 1 in the world is now within 3 of the lead. Andy, you've been out there throughout. Has not been his cleanest round technically, but what difference does any of it make?
Well, you know, the scary thing, he'll go to the range and maybe he figures something out, and if he does, well, everybody's in big trouble. Because if you were to par the last 3 holes and get in at 5 under the way he's played for 2 days, man, that's so well done, grinding at its max.
Yeah, he's just so strong mentally, Andy.
Absolutely.
Stay in the game, not get flustered, frustrated. I know he is, but he stays composed. Xander for birdie.
With the cut line fluctuating. That puts him to +1. Don't want to beat it to death, but as you undoubtedly are aware, 16, 17, and 18. Exactly. I'm sure we have more graphics to show. I mean, the story is the story. It's more difficult than any closing stretch in the major championships in the last decade. So this is the last great chance for birdie, and here's Rory to make it 3 for 3.
Well, they made 3 birdies 3 different ways, didn't they?
Professional work all around.
Yes.
Lowry with a birdie putt to get inside the number, and for a man who has such a great game for the majors, would be surprising if he missed. Danny McCarthy on 13. Buckets. How about it? After a double at 2, Denny. 1 hop and in.
I've never seen anything like this in my life. If we ran a highlight show, it'd be all day tomorrow. We're not going to show early golf. We're going to show a highlight show.
17.
Fitzpatrick on the tee.
A little puff of help.
Very quick at the back of that green. Well, that's going to be a long putt for Fitzpatrick. He just had a long one at 16. He's going to have another long one at 17.
And Andy, world ranked 1, 2, and 3 have hit the famed Green Mile, coming off double bogeys the day before. Dangers loom in the last 3 holes at Quail Hollow. Nightmare over the years. Here's why. The PGA Championship in 2017. There were more double bogeys or worse on these 3 holes than there were birdies or better. It tests the best, and of those, 12 were triple or quadruple bogeys. That matches the number of triples or worse on the first 15 holes. And a lot of the danger comes from the water in play. Since the PGA Tour returned here in 2003, more than 1,800 golf balls have found the water in this stretch of holes. All that is to say, in recent history, no finish in major golf has been more treacherous to navigate than this one. Now, Winged Foot, Kiowa, Carnoustie in 18, dubbed Carnasty. So when it comes down to it, no one is safe walking the Green Mile. That includes these 3 who doubled the 16th yesterday, Andy. Xander will be first.
I'm guessing they'll do better here today, Matt.
We hope.
The whole rotation at 16 surely makes a difference. You're shooting away from the water to get it close there. So
one positive you can say about the 16th is the easiest fairway to hit, Andy. So start there and move towards the green. Now McIlroy.
A little bit of right to left breeze. Pounded.
322, that bunker on the right.
That was long. So 2 for 2 in this fairway. Perhaps one of the stories today, Scotty, maybe a C+ game, 5 under. And don't think for one moment they don't know.
3 for 3, Matt.
Well, remember what happened yesterday, Andy, with the mud ball controversy. Both Xander and Scotty put in their second shots, hooked them left into the water. As they make the walk down what they hope to avoid is scorecard carnage. The hardest 3 holes on the course. Yesterday afternoon, late morning, McIlroy left on tee. This was his second, slipped in the wet grass. So he was out of position to begin. And then second shot, Schauffele, dead center of the fairway, but then hooks his second into the water. He would double bogey from behind the green, and then the next shot, Xander, the best of the 3 off the tee. He too would go in the water. So both in great position, all 3 in great position. Let's go to the green at 16 and Højgaard.
Interesting choice of play there.
Well, why not? It worked. House Højgaard providing highlights on a Friday. Curtis will add this to the highlight show.
Why not?
At this point, if you're not holing out, what are you even doing?
Yeah, why are you here? Why are you playing the tournament if you're not doing that? All right, step aside from 16, move to 13.
Garrick Higgo, 3 under par for the championship.
Just start at the middle of the green and hit a easy draw back into the back right hole location. Just like that.
That's spectacular.
Well done.
His 3rd time playing here in the PGA Championship, and appears headed for his best ever finish.
Oh boy.
17.
Looks like John Rahm got a little fortunate, huh?
Yeah, well, his ball was on the green for a long time. But you just can't hit it left of that flag.
Now they'll have to make, what, an 8-footer or so for par?
He's made all the par putts.
Not a lot of birdie putts, but indeed, he has made a lot of par putts. Now it's Fitzpatrick's turn, John McGinnis.
If he gets this inside 6 feet, he's hit a great putt. Up this ridge right here, and then back down to the hole, turning right. This is incredible. That is A1 spectacular right there.
That's got to be one of the harder putts you could have out here.
That was brilliant.
It's just been a good, solid couple days for Fitzpatrick. He was 3 under par yesterday. He's 3 under par in his 2nd round. It's good to see. He hasn't played that well the last, what, year plus?
Again, by his own estimation, rubbish, but he's so technical. And
charts everything on the golf course. Every shot, every putt.
16.
Speaking of putts, Connors, birdie. He's got red numbers at 1 under. He'll have to give that all of his attention. Let's go to 15.
And the second shot on 15 for Max Grazeman. Needs some help coming home, and that's a great start. That'll work its way back towards the hole. He'll have that for eagle to move to within, actually to move to the cut number, 17.
Jon Rahm to say par.
This is well outside the hole on the left. He likes to give these pace and take some breakout.
He
Boy,
did
that's
that.
good.
Yeah, really good. Connors made his par back at 16, across the water here at 17. Jon Rahm makes a par to stay 2 under. He's in the tournament for sure.
Back in the fairway, Schauffele, McIlroy, and Xander. 318 yards off the tee for Scotty. He'll go first, Andy.
205 to the hole.
Yeah, that looks good.
A little bit of breeze into him and from the right. Scotty's normal day, he'd start this about 15 feet left of the hole and just hit a little cut, hold it up against the wind, and hit it within 15 feet of the hole. But today has not been exactly normal. Going with 6-iron.
Andy playing what, 8 yards down the hill, 7 or 8 yards?
And I think that's about what the wind is hurting too. So it's probably just over 200-yard shot.
Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
Well, that was more like Scotty Schauffele.
That's a stark difference from yesterday. Clean ball, clean shot, clean birdie attempt for Scotty. And now McIlroy, after a 337-yard drop, will be next.
As Brian Bellinger used to tell me, he has one et-a-et. Going with 7-iron. He is so much more comfortable turning this ball from right to left. So if he wants to hit this close, he's got to take it at the edge of the green. Maybe over the edge of the bunker. I think he's going to be aggressive with this. A little 3/4 hang on and carried it a good 6-7 paces past the hole.
Just saw this putt a moment ago. Seen a couple of them on this hole.
Now Xander is way down here. He's in the no divot zone.
357 yards, Andy.
Going with 9-iron. This is a big 9-iron from 173. Driving a 9-iron in this hole sounds pretty good.
That's a miss from Xander in that green side bunker. Not too hard to get up and down, but when you're down that far, you want to take advantage of it. Xander does it. Let's go up to the 17th.
For par for Matt Fitzpatrick. If he's been describing his game recently as rubbish, I'm trying to think, what would the opposite British term? Brilliant?
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Oh,
magic.
Good British term.
Now Phil, it was brilliant until he found the bunker on 12, and then that was rubbish. made a big number there, and that unwrapped any chance of Phil being here for the weekend, which is rare. 32nd PGA Championship, just the 5th time he will have missed the cut for the 2-time champion. Jonathan Vegas continues to lead. Looks like he's going off in the last group late on Saturday. When we finish up tonight, man, there is a gigantic game in the Garden. As big as it gets for the New York Knicks. Boston trying to force a game 7. That's coming up at 8. Countdown, top of the hour.
Back at 16, Xander Schauffele's third.
Yeah, just as simple. Just splash it out. Just goes right to the hole.
Just like that. To 15.
Tony Finau for eagle.
Just a little bit from his right, as we've seen today. A little bit downhill right here.
One time, get there. Shout out to my folks in Memphis. Tony Finau, where he be now? Right there at 2 under par. Chris Vernon, I hope you're watching. 16.
And McIlroy for birdie.
Just all downhill, get the right speed.
What a good roll. What a good roll from McIlroy. We were 2 for 3 from exercising those double bogey demons from yesterday.
Do you really think they thought about that standing in the fairway?
Not if there wasn't mud on the ball.
Yep, correct.
So Rory finishes with par to remain at 1 under. Step aside, go to 15.
So this grouping knew an eagle was a possibility. Didn't know it would come from Finau. Now Grazeman needs it.
Big putt here.
Beautiful pair of eagles, 7 on the day at 15, and those have lowered the scoring average considerably. It's the easiest hole on the golf course, and they took full advantage to 16.
Andy, what's Scheffler have?
Just straight up the hill. It's all about hitting it firmly enough
to move to 6 under. Never hit it. You know, guys, we thought with that thought to go to 18 and Rahm,
who's played so well, just hasn't been able to make a putt, but did roll in a huge par on 17 from the rough.
Has to go right at it because of the tree line, and then cut it back over there to the right. That is a very good shot.
He's a bull of a man, and that strength called upon there. That's an excellent shot if you're in the middle of the fairway, particularly if you're playing out of the rough. Rahm just 6 off the lead.
Xander tapped in for par. Now Scheffler. You know, we wondered how good Vegas's 8 under would still be at this point of the afternoon, and he still sits 2 shot clear. It's just how good a golf he played over the first 2 rounds to still have this lead. He's been done for 2.5 hours.
Said it at the time. Certainly brought folks back into it, but it's just talking about some class players that are within earshot.
Did you see those smiles as they walked up to 17? Like, you know what? As a group, we went 6 over yesterday. Good job, boys. Back to even.
Of all the amazing things, the fact that Scotty Scheffler made double and still had the tee. He laughed about it afterwards.
You know, they're making this shot look easy. Fitzpatrick with a wonderful shot just to the right of the hole, but coming out of the right rough, that water is very much into play just left of the hole.
To 8.
And Bob McIntyre earlier, second shot at 8. No way. Another? Okay, I thought we were going to have another chip-in parade. Not to take away from McIntyre's great shot to give him a birdie. Let's go to 9.
Bud Cauley for par. That's a big one. 69 for Bud. He knows he's playing the weekend. The question is, will it swing back the other way? Hottest player on the golf course, Siwoo Kim.
Coming in a little low. One bounce it back to this hole location. Yes, very nice.
With a bullet. Siwoo is running up to market.
Okay, this is big. Chris Kirk, he's now inside the cut line after the birdie at 8. So with that putt, the +2 crowd is essentially on life support as we wind down here. This +2 is tied for 75th. Dave.
Yeah, it's been interesting because you think of the finish, but on the front side, you got 7, you got 8. We've seen some birdies made on those holes.
And they did move the tee up on 9 a little bit. Still over 500, but not as difficult as it was yesterday.
Correct. Big putt for Min Woo Lee. Yeah, I think that'll take him out of any possibility. That's disappointing. Scheffler and Schauffele and McIlroy wait on the tee at 17. Corey Connors now is going to try to grind this one out. He's 1 under. Made that birdie at 13 that we saw. Then another birdie at the par 5 15th. Has to make this to stay 1 under. And he did. So his 2 playing partners both made bogey, but Connors in with a 3-1 hole to play at 1 under. Back to Si Woo
to get to 6 under par for the championship. Pours another one in. Five under on the front. 17 tee.
He's still got 8 to play. Si Woo another scoring hole coming up. McIlroy.
This will be 8 iron, 185 yards. Backed off. A little bit of breeze came up.
Andy, just shoot it what, 12 feet right of the hole.
Yeah. If you look at the 17 on the camera tower, that's just about how far right of the hole you should be shooting.
Pick a very small target up there and focus on it.
I'd like to probably take it. That ridge just runs off the right edge of the green. If you get landed a yard on the left side of that, it'll go right down toward the hole.
It is such a visually captivating hole. You can imagine the feeling of Sunday at the 71st hole with a championship on the line, staring at that one way right. Our tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Rory might have preferred that we didn't trace that one.
Well, that's a good point. Sunday afternoon with even more pressure. If they're doing this Friday afternoon, could be a anxious downswing.
It is
for the leader.
There's a lot that can go wrong on 17. And you can't make a birdie. JT showed us that in 2017. Made a birdie on the way to the PGA Championship.
Now Scotty with 7 iron. He'd love to make the swing he made on the last hole. The second shot that was just beautiful.
Good look at the slope into this green from high above. Second half of the green runs away. That should not affect Scotty today, but where the hole location is, as Andy said, shoot it to the right, catch the slope, and let it feed back to the hole. That would be ideal.
It's not an easy green for a hole of this length. It's playing shorter today. 185, 227 yesterday in round 1.
Absolutely perfect.
One of the best shots we've seen. I think Andy you could sort of see that coming after the swing he made last hole.
Well, he made a really nice swing out of the fairway bunker laying up at 15, and since then it's been a little bit better. Like, you know, all of a sudden it's back in sync a little bit.
So now Schauffele, very important swing for him.
Yeah, he's got to put this on the green.
Defending champ, he wants to play the weekend.
Okay, good play.
Yeah.
That's actually makeable from probably 25 to 30 feet. Everything just slides down toward the hole.
2 pars, 17 and 18 for Xander. He is going to play Saturday and Sunday. All right, up ahead to 18.
See if Rahm can make one of these.
Well, this one's quick. You know, with the wind supposed to blow tomorrow afternoon, he could be poised for a run tomorrow morning.
All he's got to do is make a couple of these putts, John, and he's given himself a ton of them.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see him fire himself right back into the tournament tomorrow.
I said as much when his round began. I stand by it. I believe that you'll see that happen. He's only 6 off the lead at the moment, and he's done it twice to 9. It's a big one for Kim. And that's in. Those of you that follow him on social media, is fun, very open, shares the highs and lows of this game. He's going to play the weekend for the first time in the PGA Championship, as he's here for the 3rd time. Now this one from Fitzpatrick.
His speed control today has just been incredible.
Yeah, you saw that 2-putt on 17, John. Was
14,
yep.
15. I mean, he hasn't hit it near the hole very often.
17 seemed like the most difficult of all of them, and they've all died right by the hole. He's right there with a chance, as he's 2 off the lead. I guess we've reached the part of the day where we play Skinner. At some point, we're probably going to go get loose on the deuce, and this bird cannot change. Heck yeah. We continue from Quail Hollow.
All right, we come back to the 17th hole, second to last hole of the day for Rory McIlroy.
He's going to have to just pitch it into the upslope and let it trickle down the hill.
Seen a couple players come up short with this one. McIlroy, good speed. Nicely done.
Great touch.
I was really interested that comment you made a while ago, Curtis, about players. You hear about modern players and the strength game, the length, but you think players have gotten better and better with those little shots around the green.
Well, look at what we've seen the last 2 days. Now, granted, they play a lot more runoff area than they're used to. Set up golf course used to be a lot of rough, or mostly rough around the green, so it's a different dynamic. But they pitch the ball off these tight lies so well, all made easier years ago by the invention of the 60-degree wedge, 62, 58, whatever it is, with less bounce. Now 17, Xander.
Birdie putt.
Down the hill, and it will definitely go a little bit to the right in the middle part of the putt. Then it might straighten out some.
Been 10 birdies today at 17. Ooh. Pretty aggressive roll. That's a great view of what the players face. There is no margin for error left. And you see so many shots in that collection area, the closely mowed area right. It's obvious why. Now Scotty Scheffler, after one of the best tee shots of the day, third closest to the hole.
It can't be anything but just inside right edge.
Through all of this, he can get to within 2 of the lead. Oh, man.
Just hit it through the break. Just a touch too firm. A little bit easier, takes more of a break or drop in the right side. But opportunity missed there.
No kidding.
Especially after such a good tee shot. My gosh, on this
can't hit it better than he did.
Diabolical hole.
So now the par putt for Xander Schauffele. Two putt par for Xander to stay right on that projected cut line, with one more big hurdle still to clear. Even playing up and with a hole location that we've seen some players get closer to, it's still the second hardest hole on the golf course today, 17. Only the one that follows has been harder. McIlroy makes the same mistake that Scheffler did. That's just shocking to watch those two miss those putts. It's just so similar. Wow.
Well, maybe thought it would break more than it did, but they certainly hit it with a lot of pace.
Problem for Rory is that was a par putt. So now this is for bogey to be even going to the last, where we've seen more doubles than any other hole on the golf course. found a way to get that one home. Well, kind of snuck in the left side. So Rory McIlroy, we weren't really thinking, I wasn't at least thinking he was going to have to sweat out the cut on the final hole, but back down to even. I did not see that coming from those two.
Mr. Short went on 10 as well.
He did.
For birdie earlier in the round. And as they make their way to 18, we say good evening to Michael Eaves. Michael?
Yeah, Scott, here with 2022 U.S. Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick, back-to-back 68s to get to -6. You're familiar with the layout, obviously, but the setup, unique. What has challenged you the most these first 2 days, Matt?
I think every aspect of the golf course. You miss the fairways, it's tough from the rough. Going into the greens, some areas are very, very severe, so it leaves you with some tough putts, and then the greens can get away from you as well. So I think it's a good test. It's a classic USPGA style test, in my opinion. It's you got to do everything well.
You have been a work in progress this year, constantly working on your game, but even more so this year. What part of your past major experience do you lean on at this point, Matt, going into the weekend?
Yeah, I think the fact I know I've done it before, I think that's obviously always a big confidence boost. I think, particularly given the season I've had, knowing that you've done it before as well, it can kind of, you can lean on that. I think the biggest thing for me is at the minute, I'm just happy to be in this position. I think given the start of the year, it's not on the goals to be where I am, but right here, I've got 36 holes left, and I put myself in with a great chance.
Well, if you take that putter you had with you today, some really good par saves you made today, you should have a good chance on the weekend. Matt, appreciate the visit.
Thanks.
All right, back out to the action.
Michael, Matt, thank you very much. If you've been watching all day, you know this is, as its reputation, which precedes it, the most difficult hole on the golf course. Twice as likely to make a double bogey as a birdie. Doubles and worse piling up here today.
Fairway between, it's got a fairway between the bunker and the creek on the left, 34 yards. That's quite wide, but intimidating.
Can you put the missed putts on the last hole out of your head on this tee shot? You better.
Certainly looks like the answer for Scotty is yes.
Scotty looks like he's found a little something here the last few holes.
Out of sorts in the middle of the round, but did what great players do. Found it in the midst of that. Reigning champ, no wiggle room here. Needs par.
You can't guide this tee shot. You got to step up and hit it. Be aggressive.
He smoked some drives on this back nine, Andy.
He surely has. It looks like a good.
Add another to the pile. Xander.
He's been impressive today with his length.
Powerful player. Neither he nor Rory are nearly as big, but the power has been evident. Now McIlroy.
Really needs a good tee shot. Just take it at the right bunker and hit your normal turnover right to left shot. Just tomahawk it. Oh, this is going left. It hit the roof of the hospitality tent and looks like it went in the hazard.
It did indeed.
Wow.
Wow was right. That wasn't even close.
We're going to get eyes on it. There it is, Andy. It's actually up on the bank. He needs a 5 there, and we can see you, Andy.
There's, you know what, guys? There's a little bit of
little room.
Could save him a shot, Andy.
So unforced error and a short miss on 17, and then a tee shot left off the hospitality, and the telltale clank of a golf ball off metal. And meanwhile, on the other side of the golf course, we go to 8.
Yeah, we do. And Siwoo Kim, hottest player on the course. That to remain at 6 under, 2 off the lead. It's 2 to play. Coming up, top of the hour, NBA countdown. What a big one. What a classic NBA matchup. Celtics, Knicks, Jalen Brunson. He's been good. Could he be good enough tonight at home? You'll find out top of the hour here at ESPN.
We're back, world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, from the fairway on 18.
Yeah, 168. You'd think anything a little past the hole to the right. Sort of like that. That is pretty darn well played.
Yeah.
Guys, I think he might have found something.
Sure seems that way. He'll have a putt to get to 6. And now here's Rory. You called it, Andy, a stance. It's about knee high.
Knee high outside curveball trying to hit this.
Make contact.
He's got to be careful not to try to do too much. Okay, that's about hole high, 20 yards right of the green.
We can see it from overhead, and we can see top of the golf ball. Be a question about the lie. Bogey certainly a possibility. Double would eliminate him from competing on the weekend. Well, the look as we're seeing this, Andy and Curtis, the natural tendency would be the fear that that could turn over left.
Hard left, ball being so much above your feet. Certainly would add
that'd be straight down.
way to the right.
Xander's got 139 yards to the hole.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, playing pin number. 45 on the machine would be great. Yeah, pin number's great. Right, number's great right now. Should be a little bit of help, yeah? Could be, yes.
Just a wedge and throw it in there, try to land it just short of the hole, maybe at the hole with a little bit of spin on it, and maybe get it 6-8 feet past the hole. Yeah. That's what he's thinking.
He and caddy Austin Kaiser working out the math. It's a comfortable partnership, friends for many years, and it's gone very well together. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Very good. Fairway and green in any golf course, any hole is great. On 18, it's exceptional, particularly today.
I think Scotty's going to have a reasonable chance for up and in. Got it over in the deeper rough. He'll have some cushion to throw it up in the air.
Yeah, Rory hit the errant tee shot there. Both he and Scotty with short misses on 17. One for birdie, one for par, but that's behind him. Their work here, focus of their attention is Schauffele. And Schauffele had birdie putts. Andy, I don't know if you've had a chance to eyeball what Rory's got. If so, let us know.
The lie is okay. He's got to be really, really careful this doesn't come out a little bit hot, because it's all downhill once you get past the flagstick. But it's pretty flat uphill the first third, and then it's pretty flat in the middle, then it's downhill once you get past the flag.
But he can,
decent.
And he can keep it around the hole with a good shot, though, you think?
Oh yeah, he can.
Okay.
I think he can get this in there, you know, very doable.
I mean, that was hard left, and we understand that the natural ball flight he favors helps explain why he's won here 4 times. He loves that right to left, but boy, he turned it over in a hurry and hit it off a chalet.
As we used to say, that was hot, low, and left.
All three is a lot. Let's see if he can.
He's got to land this probably 5 yards on the green, and then just let it release.
Face wide open.
Oh, kind of softed it. Came out absolutely dead. He's going to be a good 35 feet. 40 feet short.
Now he needs to 2-putt. On 9, the third for Siwoo Kim. Par for a round of 64, which would match Homa today and Vegas yesterday for the best of the championship. What a remarkable second 9 he played today to throw himself squarely into contention.
It's out there. Hit a few fairways and quality shots and make a few putts, as we've seen early on and this afternoon. You thought you might have seen some of that out of this threesome. Scotty's 5 under par, but has struggled, has made it tough on himself, but stands currently at 5 under on the green. So, but Rory and Xander have struggled.
Just want to make note of the struggles with the driver. The SiriusXM PGA Tour was reporting that the driver that Rory uses was deemed non-conforming on Tuesday, and he switched drivers out prior to yesterday's opening round. At the moment, have not confirmed that yet. We're working to confirm that, but that report we're working to confirm. In the meantime, it's about 2 putts to play the weekend.
Be careful of the speed as it gets to the hole.
Very nearly in for par.
Great touch. But a disappointing finish. Bogey 17. Poor tee shot. Now bogey at 18. Only hit 6 fairways today.
A couple under, but 2 shots spent coming in. You see the shoulder slump a bit, disappointment, as it'll be an earlier tee time than he had in mind.
Really thought he'd play well here this week. The burden lifted at Augusta. Will play, you would think, would play more freely.
Well, he's won here 4 times as well, as much as anything, right?
Exactly. Everything led up to playing well here. Yes.
He's got 36 holes to do something about it. Xander Schauffele, a birdie putt.
Okay, this is another one. Just be careful with the speed. Even late in the day, this has got some pace to it. Xander just got that started.
And that's not home yet, and that's quick. We saw a couple of short misses, just a hole to go. So Schauffele with an opportunity to get to within 2 of the lead.
He has a knack of finishing rounds strongly. If he knocks this in, he would have played these last 5 3 under. Yesterday he birdied the last. He just has that knack.
So that will be a par for Schauffele, and we welcome the ESPN2 audience to our continuing second round coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship, live from Quail Hollow here in Charlotte, North Carolina. NBA countdown still to come for those of you watching on ESPN. Big one coming from the Garden. .69-68 for Scottie Scheffler. Puts him 3 off the lead, and if he finds his best on the weekend, the Wanamaker certainly well within his sights.
Well, we saw him yesterday struggle, grind, finish well. Today, the same thing.
It's a big one. He knew it, full attention, and it's been a 2-day grind for the reigning champ. But he's given himself the opportunity to keep on grinding Saturday and Sunday. The 3 best in the world according to their world golf ranking, and the trophy cases certainly speak to their accomplishments and talents as well. They'll go their separate ways as the weekend comes, but all 3 will be here at Quail Hollow for the 3rd and 4th rounds of the 107th playing of this PGA Championship. And so we will continue our coverage over on ESPN2. We appreciate you being with us. NBA Countdown is going to get us set for Game 6 from the Garden. It's the Celtics and the Knicks right here on ESPN. So if you hang out here, you'll get set for the night in New York. For those of you that want to continue to watch, second round coverage from Quail Hollow continues on ESPN2. All right, our coverage continues here on ESPN2. Curtis, as we watch this trio walk off and get ready to watch Si Woo finish things up here for par for a round of 64. How about it? Wow. He's 2 off the lead of Vegas. Be a late tee time for Si Woo. I'm trying to confirm if the ace on 6 is the longest in major championship history. We know it's one of them. Birdie putt for Gerard. Needs one. Gets one. There on the 6th. At par 3 6th. Dave Fleming's been calling for days. Is loosening its grasp to 16.
And Sam Burns from the fairway bunker, 200 yards for the second shot. How about that? And Burns is at +2, so that kick in will move him to +1. That was out of the bunker at 16. What a shot. Let's go back to 15th and Higo.
Let's see if he can roll this in. All right, love it. Changed his swing and battling a wrist injury last year, but he won last month. It really feels like things are heading in a great direction, and he's heading in the right direction on this leaderboard. All right, I'm told we're with you for at least another hour. Friday tradition here on ESPN2 as Johnny Vegas, he's going to be in the last group here as he tries to make a top 20 for the first time in a major. He's got his sights set on far more than that. Among those still on the golf course, Denny McCarthy, Ryan Gerardo, you just saw roll in a birdie. Ben Griffin, 3 under, a couple under on the golf course. Tony Finau, an eagle recently on 15, moved him to 2 under par. The Højgaard brothers, Nicklaus now has the honors in the family, I believe. And I mentioned Finau. Just a tremendous striker of the golf ball. Can move it a mile. Approach on its way. Stay right there. Stay right there. It's not gonna. Oh, that's a foot short of being excellent. Doesn't have a ton of momentum, so it's not going to roll back much more, but it should have been, or it was close, I should say, to being a birdie putt. There you see the trio, Scheffler, Schauffele, and McIlroy. Some signatures on golf balls for the folks who have walked with him. And Max Grazerman needs one. And birdie on 18's been tough to find. Double bogey twice as likely on Friday. But he knows what he needs, Curtis.
Got to take dead aim here. It's a hard location to get to, but
he knew what he needed to do.
There you go.
Took on the whole location. Uphill putt. An opportunity.
Yeah.
Play the weekend. And there was clarity there in the young man's mind as he makes his PGA Championship debut. That group we just watched has finished up their second round. Scotty Scheffler rolled in that one on 3. 14, all 3 were in the bunker. Scotty was first to play, and he established a high mark for The second shot that got close for birdie. His third on 15 after he was in the bunker off the tee. A couple of hops and stops dead. He poured that in. Missed a short one for birdie on 17 after a brilliant approach, one of the 3 closest of the day. Rory McIlroy was on a one-putt mission on the first 9. Birdie on 1, or 2, I beg your pardon. Then on 14.
Rolling the ball nicely, you just have to put it in position off the tee to take advantage of it.
And this was after he watched Scotty from a very similar line on 18. Curtis, you made the comment that both really hit it pretty hard and both lipped out. Then Rory on 18.
And this has been Rory's miss for the last 2 days.
Big hard hook off the top of the 10.
I actually think a little bit unlucky. Could have stayed in a more playable position.
Fanned it right, and he ended up dropping the shot. Xander was in scramble grind mode all day. This is after he poured in the water on the par 5-7. He chips in to save his par. Then on 10. Been looking for a long one for a couple of days, Curtis. He had one here.
He showed a lot of heart today. All 3 of these players, we saw how good they are, even when they're not at their best, because they have a lot of heart. They have a lot of intestinal fortitude, and they continue to grind on every shot.
That was a big one on 12. That whole location was very challenging on Friday, and he knocks that one in and makes the cut on the number. And so those 3 put together for these first 2 days. And you take a look at the relative experience on this stage, and you wonder how will Johnny Vegas handle it? Well, he added to his total under par on the day today, but this whole major championship on the weekend, last group things, brand new to him. There aren't major wins aplenty among the leaders, and there are a bunch within 6 of the lead. Tony Finau.
Tricky little shot to come up and over the slope, and perfectly played.
That's excellent. Finau for par. It's a round of 65 for Tony. Beg your pardon. 1 under par. He's 3 under Tony. Here go on 16.
Dead center of the fairway. Taking aim at it. Boy, this kid's got some swagger. What a great golf shot. So Higo perfect off the tee, perfect on the approach. There's a makeable birdie at the 16th. Let's go back to the 15th.
From up the hill, off the green.
From off the green, Eugenio Shakara. We got Eagles piling up on 15 today.
I watched him during the practice round. He can move the ball. That is a big, strong dude.
Putting himself into the mix with a birdie eagle stretch right before the finishing, which is what you need. All right, Michael Eaves joined now by world #1 Scotty Schauffele. Michael.
Yeah, Scott, we were watching you play today, and we were wondering where you thought your ball striking was on a scale.
I mean, I think a little bit below average for me. I felt like I
Okay.
could have done some things better, but I just did a really good job of scoring today. I felt like I kept the golf course in front of me, only had 1 bogey on the card, and I hit the right shots when I needed to. I think those holes coming down the stretch where you got to hit really good shots and important tee-ball on 14. So I felt like my swing got better as the day went on and was able to post a good score.
So your analysis is spot on. It's exactly what we were saying during the broadcast. You didn't have your best, but still you go out there and manage to post a score. You're in contention. When you know you don't have it the way you normally have it, Scotty, how do you put your mindset together to still go out there and shoot such a low number?
I mean, if you're going to play 72-hole golf tournament, you're going to go through stretches where you're not swinging at your best. That's just nature of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, very rarely are you ever going to play a perfect golf tournament, maybe not even for your whole career. And so I mean, I don't really overthink it. You know, I'm just trying to battle out there and just compete and try and shoot the lowest score possible. And today was a day where I was able to, really the first 2 days where I was able to post some good scores, without really my best ball striking.
Based on what you've seen from this layout the first 2 days, what do you think the most important aspect of attacking this golf course would be these last 2 days?
Well, you got to be in the fairway. You know, the greens are only going to firm up, and most of the greens are elevated, and so, you got to be in the fairway.
Well, appreciate the time. We expect to see you in the fairway.
Hope so.
All right, Scotty Schauffele, guys.
He's right there, 3 off the lead. Hard to ask for a whole lot more. If he can just clean a few things up, obviously will be a threat. All right, Gerard's 3rd to 7.
Coming in a little bit lower, chasing it back to the hole. Well played.
That's beautiful.
Yep.
Got off to a great start. Young man that saw his first ever golf tournament right out here on this golf course. Now here he is playing in a major. There's Ben Griffin, and that's always going to miss to his right. But Griffin follows up a subpar round with another, and he is 3 under par. You know what you need, Curtis. You need birdie.
Stay down and through.
Bang.
Well done there.
Love it. 29-year-old stepped up. Duke Blue Devil said Carolina Tar Heel. We've been able to do that a lot. Needed birdie and made it. Now Gerard makes his birdie.
The feeling of birdieing the last hole to make the cut in a major, to be able to play 2 more rounds is, boy, just you're really excited.
Particularly in his first ever appearance here in this PGA Championship. It's a learn. The screen for Finau says 70-65. That would be on the board I'm looking at. The score, the big scoreboard that you give me says As we continue here from Quail Hollow, 107th playing of the PGA Championship. Michael leaves with the man who carded one of the 64s in the first 2 days of this competition, Siwoo Kim. Michael?
He was the only guy to shoot 64 with a 1, though. I'm waiting on my drink, Siwoo. But here's the deal. So 252, 5-wood. That's the longest hole-in-one in a major in the last 20 years. You beat the record that you set last year at Troon.
Yes.
What is your bar tab the last couple of years, all these hole-in-ones, man?
Yeah, I didn't realize I had the longest par 3, the record.
Yeah.
So I just realized last year I had like longest the par 3, the record hole-in-one. So I just break it. So it's have to be like break my record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a 252 5-wood you hit up there, and it looked like you took quite a bit off of it, aimed out way to the left. Take us through the shot, what you're trying to do here.
Yes, I trying to hit before like it's kind of between like 5 woods, maybe too much, but I can't hit it like 7 woods. So I decided like hit it a little cut 5 woods. So exactly what I thought. So it happens like exactly what I wanted.
I mean, it tracked right towards the hole, and it goes in. But I thought the best part, besides the shot, was this, the celebration.
I was so excited, and then I just almost went to the hole, and I realized I hit it first tee off, so I had to come back.
So did you pull the ball out of rotation? You keep that, or what do you do with it?
That was just mud ball way easier than 140
there
yards.
You go. All right. But again, you shot 64. You're in contention here. Tell us how your game is feeling overall as you go into the weekend looking for your first major championship.
Yeah, I played not a good tee shot yesterday, so I try to focus on more driving this one. I mean, before tee it off. So it's way better today. So I'm trying to keep it enjoy and then trying to play my play.
So we were talking to the guys. Where do we send our drink order since you're buying drinks tonight? Just let us know. You got a Venmo? Like, how do we send it to you? You're good?
Yeah, Venmo.
All right. Drinks on Siwoo tonight, guys.
It's pretty remarkable that last year at Troon, he makes a hole-in-one on a 238-yard hole. Now it's 252. I think anybody who's out here doesn't need any free drinks.
No.
That's my guess.
Or maybe they do, because we're on the deuce, Lawrence. One hole to go for Lawrence. He's 2 over.
Scott, did you see our friends at the Elias Sports Bureau did some deep research? They've decided it's the longest hole-in-one in major championship history ever. How about that? Denny McCarthy, who's gotten all the way up to 4 under. He's only 4 shots off the lead. He's having a great second round. That was a makeable birdie, but at 17, now to 18.
Keegan Bradley. Been battling.
Black it. Should be perfect then.
Here we go. Said it should be perfect.
Great job, bud. Really good.
That's awfully good.
Yep, just the line we talked about.
Ryder Cup captain alongside
Yep,
a couple players he's keeping his eye on.
Good divot, okay?
Potentially to be on the team. And Novak and McNeely back to 17.
It's been fun to watch Garrick Higo down his home stretch today because he's put himself into contention. Remember, he burst upon the scene a few years ago, won some tournaments in Europe at a very young age, and now his game is getting right back to that level.
Wrist issues really laid him up for a period of time.
Well, he's going to have a long putt, but he's on the green at 17. 3 shots off the lead. Back to 16.
In Chicago, we just saw the prior hole off the green eagle. Everyone playing to make the weekend. It's a birdie attempt at the 16th to move him inside the cut line. Missed it left. So he'll have to grab one on 17 or 18 to move to +1 to make it to Saturday. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, where champions are made, still, always, forever. Forever one of the great country clubs in America. Quail Hollow has played remarkably well over the first 2 days, especially after what we got starting last Friday. 4 inches of rain. Is now Justin Lauer. 16, he's an even par. Move him to 1 under. That's well done. Give yourself a little bit of buffer. He went bogey on the par 5, birdie at 16 to move to 1 under. Just has to find his way to make par on 17 and the 18th tee box. 1 under in time. And a stroke to spare. Final hours here. The second round. Good chance to take out the phone, take a picture. Curtis, a big fan of the TikTok. He does the same thing. Let's go back to the 18th.
You should see him do all these dances.
He's a big TikToker.
Oh, he's in the mix, man.
I stay off social media for the most part.
It's wise. It's wise. They hate everyone.
It is wise.
They hate everyone.
I do type a lot, but I never hit send.
Oh, there you go. That's also wise. That's what Herm Edwards says. Don't hit send. All right. Maverick McNeely. Nearly won this year out of Torrey. Ludwig Oberg got him in a playoff. She might not have been a playoff. He birdied 18 in regulation.
Got his brother Scout with him as his caddy.
Yep, was walking with them in the practice rounds. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's even looking to get into red numbers.
Seen this all day long. Quick. Not as quick as the players think.
And it doesn't come back the way they think it will.
I can't help but think the weekend these greens are going to get much faster. Very, very puttable today.
We made the putt for the last couple of days. They were dry even in the rain. All right, to 8.
And Gerard, his second shot. And that is going to be difficult coming back. He's at 5 under. Still 3 shots off the lead. To the captain at 18.
Keegan Bradley won the PGA Championship his very first time out in Atlanta. Didn't know what he didn't know. But he is so looking forward to representing his country as the captain at Bethpage. Perhaps play well enough to be on his own squad for birdie.
Looks good.
The great line.
Going.
So he drops a shot on the day, but is still 2 under. And with 36 holes to go, still just 6 off the lead. Victor Perez, 3rd to the par 5 7th.
Pretty simple bunker shot in that shallow bunker on the left, and well played there. Beautifully played.
He's got the short par 4 8th ahead, so a chance to get another birdie, which would be good enough. To 8.
Marco Penge at 1 under. He did fun, guys. Friday, end of the day, these guys grinded to make the weekend at a major championship.
Always.
To me, this is just as entertaining as anything else going on. And trying to make it. Just go to 17 now.
Long putt. Saw Matt Fitzpatrick late in the day from a different angle, similar distance, get real close. We knew how good of a putt that was, and Garrick Higgo is going to have that left for par. The green makes 17. I mean, it's intimidating. It's a long par 3. There's a lot of things that are difficult about it, but it is a tough green also.
All right, there's McNeely to finish. So he's even heading into the weekend. To 8.
And now Gerard, lengthy birdie putt. Good roll, but misses left, so he'll par the 8th to remain at 5 under. He'll safely make the weekend. It's been one of the good stories the first couple of days.
Well, that's brutal. Perez needed 2 birdies and coming home and missed that one. And so as this youngster is enjoying the signatures on the hat and enjoying the remainder of the coverage, we will continue. From Quail Hollow, Johnny Vegas remains the leader.
Awesome. Thank you.
What are we doing? All right, now Schauffele and Xander, I think okay, I get it now. Part of the reason why you guys are number 1 and number 3 in the world. The work's never finished, but as we saw, they weren't as sharp as they wished to be for the first couple of days.
These guys do a little bit more than show up 30 minutes before they play, hit a few putts, and go to the first tee. Starts long before the round and well after.
Well, out at 17, Club Pro Jesse Dromer from Riverbend Country Club in Sugar Land, Texas. That'll be a birdie he remembers forever on the iconic 17th hole.
To 18 and Denny McCarthy. Pride of Georgetown Prep, just outside of D.C. Virginia Cavalier, and a excellent player who's looking for a breakthrough. It'd be a great week to have the first week where
he's really built a good foundation with his golf game. Not the longest hitter out here, but very accurate, and maybe the best putter out here.
I was just going to say, we're not going to get to see him putt it from the green because it rolls off. To 17.
Higo to save his par from just inside 13 feet. He left that first one way short, and that costs him. So overall, it's been a great couple days for Higo, but drop shot at 17, and he's still got to play the 18th at 4 under par now to 9.
Well, you know what you need to do. That's the Tristan Lawrence, actually 3 over, so needed to hole it and did not. Saw Grazerman, who needed birdie on 18, made it to make the cut on the number. The leader remains Johnny Vegas. He shot 64 on Thursday, came out early Friday, and here on the par 5 7th, controlled it, got it up on the green, and made birdie. 40-year-old multiple winner on the PGA Tour, as we've explained repeatedly. Never been in this position or even close to it, but really carried himself beautifully, Curtis.
He really did. He was solid all day long, continued to hit solid shots, and he looked comfortable out there. His walk was slow and smooth. Putting stroke, his speed was spot on all day long.
It was a beautiful iron to 13 underneath the hole, that par 3, and he poured it in. 14, we had a bit of a debate. Should he drive it because he favors a draw? Actually flared it out to the right, got a drop, but holding the birdie putt. You know, in 17, he's 10 under at this point, and along the way to win a major, you need a bit of good fortune. That comes in the form of a rake. And not just a rake, Curtis, but a rake that redirects the ball right onto the green. Incredible.
Another green in regulation.
Yeah, there you go. He made a par from there. On 18, he did the heavy lifting and hit it right in the middle of the fairway, but from a bunker, he lost a couple and is one of the 22 double bogeys made there, which means he backs up but still leads, and he spoke after his second round.
It was one of those things that is a round that builds right as you go. Holding her on 18 for birdie was massive coming out of making the turn. So you leave 18 with with a lot of confidence. I just knew that if I could get through some of the first few holes on that front 9, I was going to have some good chances. But obviously, I wasn't really expecting to birdie 5 of my last 6. But it was one of those things that you take it every time they come.
Magnificent round for Johnny Vegas. Sparkling 64.
It's Thursday, you can't really get too caught up on who's leading and who's not, because we know we have a lot of golf left. And the goal is just to, pace yourself for 4 rounds. And even though it's absolutely amazing to start this way, I'm just focused on putting another round tomorrow.
He's the first player ever from Venezuela to lead or co-lead at any major. A 4-time winner, but no top 20s in his previous 16 major starts. And just doing the math, Curtis, keeping an eye on things, there are currently 33 players within 6 shots of that lead and 36 holes to play. So all credit and salute to Johnny, but The challenge from here only ramps up.
Can he continue to play with freedom like he has the last 2 days? That will be the tough part. To continue to relax, have fun, release the golf club.
Akshay Bhatia needed that one to go in after doubling 17. So a rough finish means that Akshay will miss the cut. The second from the rough on 9 for Gerard. It'll drop short. Such a long hole. All right, McCarthy's third.
Get up.
So concerned about it running away, and now we gave him props for what he is, which is a great putter, and he's going to need to be at his best for this next one.
Jonathan Vegas, he's not going to have to go real low the next 2 days because of the challenge of the golf course. He has a lead, but he has to play steady, solid golf. No mistakes.
Big numbers are out there lurking around any corner, as we've seen. And then Matt Fitzpatrick's a major champion. Siwoo Kim a players champion. So there aren't a ton of major winners on this list. Scotty was on the page before. Bryson DeChambeau, yes. But as you page through some tour winners, sure. Rahm, Bradley, they've won majors. Let's see if Denny can stay at 4 under.
There we go.
As advertised. Very confident putter.
Oh.
And so he is 4 off the lead, and Higo here.
Okay, I just wanted to make a little clump.
We saw JT with the shoe off yesterday on 18. Nearly pulled off a miraculous par save.
Lucas Glover earlier today took both his shoes off, stood right in the creek.
Bhatia finishing up. 18 will end the day. Undoubtedly the most difficult hole for round 2. It's just a question of the accounting, and brutal finish. Double on 14, double on 17, and a water balls on each. So Higo's got them both off.
Now he's in the hazard.
Come back to Higo in a moment. And that one's going left out of the bunker for Dromer. This is sort of 18 and a, this is the 18th experience.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Now Catlin from the middle of the fairway.
I keep saying it doesn't have to be a huge lake on the edge of the fairway on the left like we see with so many golf courses in today's modern technology. It can be just a little creek meandering down the left side of the hole that's just as intimidating.
Needed to make it.
Good shot. Now Higo just try to get it up the fairway a little bit. Put it in play.
Did that. Now over to 9, finishing on the front side. Gerard's third.
After driving it in the right rough, hitting a fairway metal to that position.
Be awfully difficult to stop. But he is still right there in the mix.
Okay, so Perez at 8. Scott needs to go birdie to come see us on Saturday. There's 1. I just love that it's coming down to his final hole now to play in a major championship on the weekend. Are those even golf shoes?
Might be. I can't see the left one. That gives it away. Are those
skateboarding?
Travis Scott. Oh, those are coveted.
Dave Fleming, how's a guy like you know about Travis Scott?
I have a 15-year-old son.
I was going to say,
That makes sense.
all credit to your son back in California.
No offense,
Hope he's
bud.
watching Dad with the drip.
Yeah, he's probably wearing some Travis Scott. I can't afford Travis Scott's.
Travis Scott could be sitting on Curtis's lap and he wouldn't know who it is.
Curtis's hands are in the air.
Curtis is spiraling.
He's not waving them like you just don't care. He just doesn't know Travis Scott. That's okay.
He's just, yeah.
Is that MJ's brother or something? I don't know.
That's exactly right.
Henge for birdie, no, but a couple under.
It's Byron Scott's brother, Travis.
So I mentioned all those players within 6 of the lead. I mean, someone's going to come flying out of the pack on Saturday and Sunday. Just a matter of who. Gerard. Wearing Carolina blue for a reason. Born here in the state, lives down in Jupiter now, but in his first PGA Championship on a golf course where he came with his pop when he was a little kid. Saw the best in the world, and now he's out there among them and showing that he's one of the best of them.
He's had a steady year. Only missed 2 cuts, has 2 top 10s, but the rest of the finishes are been very steady.
And those came back to back, Curtis, and you would know because you've lived it. He's establishing a belief that his good enough is good enough.
There's a stage you go through, making cuts, consistently being a money winner, consistently competing against the best, gaining confidence as you do that. And this is, whatever happens the next 2 days, he will have, it'll be a great learning experience. Getting on this stage.
You'd have to think that, sure, the prize money is important, but the value for this young man at the age of 25 is about the next 2 days and getting to test himself. He'll drop a shot there, but still 4 under. All right, the 3rd for Higo. Heck yeah. Chance to save par. I mentioned that somebody's going to shoot something low on Saturday, but moving day could come any day. For Siwoo Kim and Max Homa, it was Friday. I'll show you how Max played around this golf course when we continue. Max Homa played a spectacular round of golf. It began on 10, the par 5. I say don't want to miss right because it's hard to get up and down. Homa, no issue. Starts his round with a birdie. Then on 13, pours in another, and the speed is exceptional.
And putts like that make the swing a little more freely.
14, undoubtedly the shot of the day as he took dead aim at this par 4. It lands on, and it ends up inside of 2 feet. Told Marty Smith afterwards and misread it. Well, shot of the day, that's actually pretty good, but Siwoo's hole-in-one on the 250-plus yard holes. Awfully good, but Homa's round continued its forward momentum. In 18, we've made it awfully clear how hard it is. That's stealing 1.5, actually. 30 on the back.
You'd never know he'd been struggling most of the year. I think it's turned the corner.
Found something at Augusta. Has been playing better since. It's an easy place to get back in touch with the positive momentum after he played so well there a year ago.
Well, has a new coach, and I think new ideas, some enthusiasm, some energy to go to the practice tee.
3rd on the par 5, 7th, and you see a whole bunch of circles, just a one-shot drop. He shoots 64. He's 3 off the lead on a golf course where he's won before. He spoke after his round about how well he played Friday.
You have like a relationship with golf, and I give it like every ounce of my heart that I can. I'm with it all day, and then you go when it matters and it's just not good. It feels like you're just getting punched in the gut over and over again. So it just felt like a toxic relationship, but it's not one that I'm willing to stop trying at. It's kind of like the classic I'll fix you relationship. You know, I just want to be good at this so badly, but today was the first day where it felt like I put it together.
Holy smokes, Max. You got to be kidding me.
Drove the ball really well, so gave myself a lot of opportunities to hit greens, and made a couple long putts, chipped in, and hit a driver to 2 feet. So it makes it easy to shoot 7 under when you do that. You know, we get to play here every year, and I've done pretty well here. It's just nice to get in a bit of a rhythm.
Here are the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Max at 18-1 earned the first win of his PGA Tour career here. 7 under today, 3 shots off the lead. How about John Rahm? If you watched this afternoon, you know he hit it brilliantly, burned the edges of about 6 or 7 different putts. A 2-time major champion, 6 off the lead. And Denny McCarthy, 110-1 value play before he teed off this afternoon. Hey, Jesse Dromer's 5th shot a moment ago. We heard the roar. Wondered, did Higo make his? No, it was Dromer. Shout out to Sugar Land, Texas and Riverbend Country Club. Stand up for your boy. Not going to play the weekend, but it's a hell of a way to walk off the golf course in his 2nd career appearance in the PGA Championship. All right, let's see if Higo can make 4 the hard way. That's such a good putt.
From the creek, a chip out, a good 3rd on the green, nice putt.
Had the Travis Scotts off, put them back on, and a couple 69s.
Look at that hair, though.
All right. Perez needs it. And it's going to be a difficult to find from there. We'll need to hole out from the bunker. Only 4 birdies on this hole all day. I believe that's the fewest on any hole on the golf course. All right, our shots of the day. Homa on the tee at 14. As you just saw, worth looking at again.
Just takes a lot of guts to aim it at this green and go ahead and release with the lake just to the left.
Because the big question, Curtis, with that hole location is it worth it? Because they say when it's back there, maybe you lay up.
It sounds like it depends on who you talk to.
Max knew what to do, and he pulled it off, executed the shot perfectly, and he was very candid about it. Look, a round of 64 is going to need a bit of good fortune. You chip in and you make a mile of putts. That's how you get it to 64. We've seen so many hole outs. Cam Davis off the green at 6. Difficult day for Cam, but that moment of brilliance. Cam Smith.
Disappointing for Cam Smith. Thought he would play well here this week.
Played one of the great rounds we've seen in the last decade that Sunday at the Old Course to chase down Rory. Victor Hovland on 9 has worked so hard on this part of his game. That's on 9 for a birdie to finish.
This is ridiculous, the shots going in the hole.
We're not done. Keep him coming. Rasmus Højgaard. It's a furious battle for Lil Højgaard. He holds out. Rasmus.
And watch the way he plays this shot. Way up in the air. Bounce, bottom. See ya.
Keep him coming. Smalley.
Highlights we have after the last 2 days.
And this was after a poor chip. On his third, left him with this. It's fine. A lot of ways to make birdie out here. JT Poston put it in the water on 17. Then this is an ode to Fred Couples back in the day at the Players Championship, also on 17. 3 from the other side of the water after the first one is wet. More. Xander, after he put one in the water on 7. Without this, he's done this week. Cam on 18. Similar to Max Homa. The club pro, Tom Johnson. That's so good. Have you ever in your life? McCarthy. 1 hop and down. And Si-Woo Kim. He had the longest hole-in-one in major championship history in recent years at Troon, and we believe this to be the longest in the history of the majors ever. They've been playing for 100 and some odd years. Si-Woo, you're going to need that club. It's like the one you chucked in the woods in the memorial. And you needed it the next day. And they said, go find it, you can use it. And he did. $1 bill, y'all. Si-Woo Kim shoots 64. And he's only 2 off the lead. All right. Victor Perez needs this to go in to make the cut, and it will not. And so the range is all but emptied. But there's still one last. Is that Xander? Yep, Xander still at work. The reigning champion makes the cut on the number. There's a lesson in that. The hard work never stops. Yeah, with Curtis Strange, Scott Van Pelt.
It's fun to hit golf balls.
One last thought as we say so long here. It starts with Johnny Vegas. We've established that he's looked comfortable. What changes for him when it's Saturday and you're the last guy off?
Get some rest, number one. Don't do a lot in the morning. Don't read a lot of social media. It's hard not to, but trying to do what you're doing. Trying to get into the same mode that you were the last 2 days. Relax, enjoy, try to play with the freedom. That's tough to do with pressure. But realize this is what you've been working to do, the position to be in for many, many years. Take advantage of it, embrace it.
No doubt. Well, he's earned that opportunity, and we will look forward to being with you bright and early on Saturday morning. Dave Fleming, Matt Berry, all the folks on the ground in the truck working their butts off since the wee hours of the morning. Curtis Strange as well. I'm Scott Van Pelt. Such a treat to be with you for these couple of days. We look forward to continuing it from the Quail Hollow Club as the PGA Championship continues this weekend on ESPN.